The morning was damp and dank like most of my days since Miriam had left. 77 is the age when every day begins with aches and pains in different parts of your body and ends with thoughts of those who no longer sit beside you at dinner. I, Obadiah Lamb, have gotten used to being alone in this house in Henlopen Acres that Miriam and I bought back in the 80s. It's big 2-story overlooking the bay and an area I'm still trying to maintain despite my arthritis. That morning I was making myself oatmeal for breakfast as usual. The TV in the kitchen was broadcasting the local news, the only voice breaking the silence of the house. I was about to sit down at the table when I heard the sound of a car pulling up. I looked out the window and saw my son Ingram's silver SUV. "What the hell?" I muttered to myself. Ingram usually gave me advance notice rather than showing up on my doorstep at 7 o'clock in the morning. I stepped out onto the porch, wrapped in an old robe. 4 people got out of the car, my son Ingram, his wife Beatrix, and my grandsons Terrence and Alwyn. Beatrix immediately took charge of unloading the suitcases, not even bothering to say hello to me. "Daddy." Ingram smiled, strained, as he climbed the stairs. "We thought we'd come to visit you." With 6 suitcases, I nodded at the trunk from which Terrence was pulling another bag. "We plan to stay for a while," Ingram answered, avoiding my gaze. "We're renovating, remember? I told you about it on the phone." I didn't remember anything like that. The last time we'd spoken was 2 weeks ago, and Ingram had only asked about my health and retirement. "How long do you plan to stay?" I asked bluntly. "A couple weeks, maybe a month." Ingram shrugged. "Don't worry, we won't bother you." He patted me on the shoulder and made his way into the house. Beatrix followed him, barely nodding at me, holding a fancy purse and a cell phone. "Hi, Grandpa," Terrence mumbled, walking past with 2 suitcases. "Hello, Grandpa." Alwyn, my granddaughter, at least tried to smile, but she was immediately staring at her phone. I was left standing on the porch, looking out over the bay, and thinking that my peaceful life had just ended. It took me about 10 minutes to gather my thoughts and return to the house, which was already filled with other people's voices and smells. In the kitchen, Beatrix was dumping the contents of my refrigerator. "Obadiah, this cheese has been expired for 3 days, she exclaimed, showing me a package of cheddar. "And what is this horrible sausage? It has so many nitrates in it. You could die on the spot." I watched in silence as she threw away the groceries I had bought only 2 days ago. I wanted to say that I had lived to be 77 years old eating what I liked, but I held back. Ingram, meanwhile, was walking around the house, looking around the rooms, and talking on the phone. "Papa," he said, coming back into the kitchen. "Beatrix and I will take the master bedroom, will you? You'll be more comfortable on the first floor, so you don't have to go up the stairs." I felt something inside me clench. The master bedroom was the room where I'd slept with Miriam for 45 years. There were still her pictures standing there, her books lying around. "I'm quite comfortable in my bedroom," I replied, trying to speak calmly. "I take the stairs every day. It's good for my joints." "But Papa," Beatrix intervened, "you are 77. It's dangerous to climb stairs at your age. What if you fall at night when you go to the toilet?" "I have an upstairs bathroom," I objected, "and I've never fallen down the stairs in my entire life." "There's a first time for everything," Beatrix said. "Ingram, tell your father we're concerned for his safety." Ingram looked at me with that peculiar mixture of pity and irritation that I had begun to notice in his gaze in recent years. "Dad, please. It's only for a few weeks." Besides, the bedroom on the first floor is quite cozy. Cozy wasn't the word I'd use to describe the former guest room. There was a narrow bed, an old dresser, and nothing else. But I realized it was useless to argue. I nodded and went upstairs to gather my things. Moving into the small room took me all day. Not because I had a lot of stuff, but because every item in the master bedroom was connected to a memory. The picture of Miriam and me on the beach in Cape May, our wedding rings in a box on the dresser, her favorite vase that I never put away after she died. By the time I was done that evening, the house no longer looked like the one I'd lived in for the past 40 years. Beatrix had hung some modern paintings, arranged her knickknacks on the mantelpiece, and moved my photographs. The living room now held Ingram's huge suitcase, which he hadn't even bothered to put away. The grandchildren had taken over the second bedroom upstairs, where my office used to be, and from there now came loud music and the sounds of video games. At dinner, which Beatrix had prepared from some organic produce she'd brought with her, I felt like a guest at my own table. Ingram and Beatrix were discussing their plans without even trying to include me in the conversation. "We have to repaint the kitchen," Beatrix said. "That awful yellow color looks so outdated." "But it's Miriam's favorite color," I objected. "She chose that paint herself." "Obadiah, that was 30 years ago." Beatrix rolled her eyes. "Nobody paints kitchens yellow now. I'm thinking light gray with accents of mint." "This is my house," I reminded her, "and I don't plan on repainting it." "Dad," Ingram interjected, "we just want to freshen things up a little. It'll be good for the value of the house, too." "Are you planning to sell my house?" I felt anger rising inside. "Of course not," Ingram answered quickly, "but it's always wise to keep the property in good condition." I noticed the way he and Beatrix looked at each other. Something in that look made me feel uneasy. After dinner, the grandchildren quickly disappeared upstairs without even washing the dishes. I started to put the plates in the dishwasher, but Beatrix stopped me. "Obadiah, you're doing it wrong. The plates have to be rinsed first, or the machine will get clogged." "I've been using this dishwasher for 15 years, I replied. "I know how it works." "Ingram." Beatrix turned to my son, who was sitting in the living room staring at his laptop. "Tell your father that he can ruin the machine." Ingram didn't even look up. "Dad, please do as Beatrix says. She's better at appliances." I walked silently out of the kitchen and into my new room. I sat on the edge of the bed, and for the first time all day I felt how tired I was, not physically, emotionally. I pulled out of my pocket the picture of Miriam I always carried with me. "What would you do if you were me, darling?" I whispered, looking at her smiling face. The following days turned into a real ordeal. Beatrix established a new routine in the house without asking my opinion. Breakfast was now served at 8 o'clock, not 7 o'clock, as I was used to. My morning coffee was replaced by some herbal tea because caffeine is bad for your heart at your age, Obadiah. My favorite shows on TV were declared too loud and outdated. In their place, the living room now had endless reality shows that Beatrix watched, or sports channels that Ingram switched to. One day, I returned from a morning walk and found that my collection of old records, which I had collected all my life, had disappeared from the living room. "Where are my records?" I asked Beatrix, who was arranging some decorative candles on the shelf where my record player used to stand. "Oh, that old junk." She didn't even turn to me. "I put it away in the garage. They were collecting so much dust, and Alwyn's allergic." "It's not junk," I said indignantly. Some of these records are rare editions. They're worth money. Obadiah, nobody listens to records these days. She finally looked at me with that condescending smile I hated so much. If you want music, Terrence can show you how to use Spotify. I left the house and headed for the garage. My records were piled in an old cardboard box, some of the envelopes crumpled. I carefully pulled them out, checking for damage. The first edition of Miles Davis's Kind of Blue that I'd bought back in the 60s, the Ella Fitzgerald albums that Miriam had loved so much, they were all piled carelessly like junk. I took the box to my room and hid it under my bed. At least their Beatrix wouldn't get to them. The grandchildren barely spoke to me. Terrence was constantly busy doing his own thing, either going to job interviews or going out with friends. Alwyn spent most of her time in her room, occasionally coming down to get something from the refrigerator. When I tried to talk to her about college or her plans, she would answer in one-word answers and quickly find an excuse to leave. One day, I offered my help when she was working on some project for school. "I can help you with your research," I said. After all, I worked as a postal inspector for 40 years and know a thing or two about organizing information. Alwyn looked at me with that peculiar expression that young people have when they think an old man is hopelessly out of date. "Thanks, Grandpa, but I'll Google it," she replied and went back to her laptop. A week after they arrived, I discovered that Beatrix had thrown out my old photo albums that I kept in the hall closet. Why would you do that? I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw the albums in the trash can in the backyard. "Obadiah, they were taking up too much space and we needed somewhere to store our stuff," she replied without even apologizing. "Besides, all those old photos can be scanned and stored digitally. It's much more convenient that way." "These albums are my life," I said, pulling them out of the trash. "These are pictures of my parents, of my youth, of Ingram's early years." "Dad," Ingram intervened, who as usual showed up when the conflict had already started. "We're just trying to clean up. There's too much things." "Stuff?" I looked at him. "This is my house and these things are my life. I didn't ask you to clean it up." "But you live alone," Ingram said with the same tone he'd used to talk to me when I was old. "It's hard for you to manage a house this big. We're just helping out." I took the albums to my room and added them to the growing collection of things I had to rescue from Beatrix. My little room was slowly becoming a repository for my life, which was being methodically purged from the rest of the house. That night, sitting on my narrow bed and flipping through the salvaged albums, I thought seriously about my future for the first time. It was obvious that Ingram and Beatrix weren't planning to leave in a couple weeks, as they claimed. They were settling in, changing the house to suit themselves, gradually, displacing me and my belongings. I felt like a ghost in my own home whose footprints were being methodically erased. I looked at the picture of Miriam and I standing in front of this house the day we bought it. We were so happy then, full of plans and hopes. We imagined growing old here, sitting on the porch and watching the sunset over the bay. Miriam didn't live to see it. Cancer took her 5 years ago, and now I was in danger of losing the house we loved so much, too. I couldn't let that happen. I had to find a way to maintain control of my life before it was too late. Everything changed one rainy Sunday, 2 weeks after my house had become someone else's territory. I was sitting in my room as I usually had been for the past few days, rereading old letters to Miriam and listening to jazz from my phone through my headphones. Terrence had shown me how to use Spotify. After all, it was the only useful thing that had happened these days. It was drizzling outside, the window drops dripping down the glass, And I remembered all those rainy days we'd spent with Miriam by the fireplace, talking about books we'd read and plans for the future. A quiet knock on the door brought me out of my reverie. I took off my headphones and invited him in, expecting to see Ingram or Beatrix with another complaint. But Alwyn's head appeared in the doorway. May I come in?" she asked tentatively. "Of course, come in." I was surprised and pleased. My granddaughter had rarely sought my company since they'd arrived. Alwyn entered and stopped awkwardly in the middle of the room, looking around. I noticed that it was the first time she'd seen what my home had become: a warehouse of salvaged items, memories, and things Beatrix had deemed outdated and unnecessary. "Wow," she said, looking at the stacks of books, albums, and record boxes. "I can see where all the stuff in the living room went." "Not all of it," I answered. "A lot of it your mother just threw away." Alwyn grimaced and sat on the edge of the bed. "Grandfather, I came to warn you." Something in her voice made me wary. "About what?" "I overheard my parents talking." She lowered her eyes. "Mom's decided her parents are moving here. Grandma Prudence and Grandpa Garth. They're selling their house in Rehoboth Beach." I felt a chill go through me. Even if the house had been twice as big, there wouldn't have been room for this crowd. But it wasn't just about space. "Where do they plan to put them?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. "That's why I came." Alwyn fidgeted with the edge of her t-shirt. "Mom and Dad think you'd be better off somewhere else." "What other place?" My voice shook, though I tried to stay calm. "A home for the elderly." Alwyn squeezed out. "They've already found some place in Lewis and put down a deposit. They say you'll be taken care of by professionals and you won't have to worry about cooking and cleaning and all that." I felt the anger rising in me in a wave. Ingram and Beatrix were planning to evict me from my own home to make room for her parents. "When are they going to tell me about this?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Tonight," Alwyn answered. "They're waiting for Terrence to come back from his interview. They want the whole family together. Except for me, I suppose." I grinned bitterly. "I'm not part of the family anymore, am I?" "Grandfather, don't say that," Alwyn objected. "It's just they think it's best for everyone. Mom says you can't live alone anymore, and they're too busy to take care of you. Look after me." I rose from my chair, feeling a surge of energy from indignation. I've been taking care of myself for 77 years. I worked as a postal inspector for 40 years, raised your father, built this house with your grandmother Miriam, and now they think I'm an incompetent old man who should be put in a nursing home. Alwyn looked startled by my outburst. She'd never seen me in anger before. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself down. "I'm sorry, Alwyn," I said more quietly. "I'm grateful you warned me. At least I'll have time to prepare." "What are you going to do?" she asked anxiously. "I don't know yet," I answered honestly, "but I'm not going to give up without a fight." In the evening, just as Alwyn had predicted, Ingram called a family council in the living room. I sat in my old chair, the only thing in the room Beatrix couldn't throw away, because I refused to get up out of it when she tried to clean it, and watched the faces of my relatives. Ingram looked tense. Beatrix was tapping her foot impatiently on the floor. Terrence was staring at his phone, pretending he wasn't here, and Alwyn was avoiding looking me in the eye. "Dad," Ingram began after a long pause, "we want to talk to you about the future." "My future," I clarified, looking him straight in the eye. Or the future of this house? Ingram hesitated, but Beatrix took the initiative. Obadiah, she said in that tone one uses with a cranky child, we can all see that you are finding it hard to live alone. You forget to take your medication. You don't eat properly. Your house is in a state of disrepair. We're worried about you. Really? I couldn't help but be sarcastic. I thought you were worried about where to put your parents, Beatrix. She flinched, and Ingram cast a quick glance at Alwyn, who shrank back in her seat. Dad, let's be honest, Ingram said. Yes, Beatrix's parents are selling their house and moving closer to us, but that's a separate issue. We're really concerned about your health and safety. So much so that they decided to evict me from my own home. I could feel my hands shaking with anger, but I tried to speak calmly. We found the perfect place, Beatrix interjected. Pine Grove is not just a nursing home, but a real community for active retirees. There's a pool, a library, organized excursions. I knew she was lying. Pine Grove was the cheapest nursing home in the area, with minimal services and a bad reputation. I'd read about it in the local paper. It was constantly understaffed, and the building was in need of renovation. I'm not going anywhere, I said firmly. This is my home, and I'm staying here. Dad, be reasonable. Ingram leaned forward. You can't live here alone, and we can't look after you all the time. We have our own lives, work children. I didn't ask you to look after me, I reminded him. You came here and decided you could run my life, and now you want to get rid of me to make room for Beatrix's parents. Obadiah. Beatrix was outraged. How can you say that we are only thinking of your welfare? Then leave me alone, I replied. Go away and let me live as I did before you came. That is impossible, Ingram said. We have already decided everything. You're moving to Pine Grove in 3 days, and if I refuse, I straightened in my chair, feeling my heart pounding in my chest. Oh, Dad, don't make this harder than it has to be. Ingram sighed. You realize it's inevitable. At your age, sooner or later, everyone has to move into a nursing home. It's better to do it now while you're still active enough to get used to the new place. I looked at my son and didn't recognize him. When did he become such a cold, calculating man? Where is the boy I taught to ride his bike? The boy I read books to before bed? The boy I comforted after his first heartbreak? This is my home, I repeated. I'm not going anywhere. If you don't go voluntarily, Beatrix said with ill-concealed irritation, we'll have to get a guardianship. Ingram has already consulted a lawyer. At your age, the testimony of a couple of doctors would be enough to declare you in need of guardianship. I felt a chill go down my spine. They threatened to take away not only my home, but my right to control my own life. Would you do that to your father? I asked Ingram, not believing my ears. He looked away. Dad, don't bring it up. Just agree to move in, and everything will be fine. I realized I had lost this fight. They were willing to do anything to evict me, and they had the advantage youth legal knowledge resources. I had nothing but my stubbornness and sense of injustice. Okay, I finally said. I'll go to that nursing home of yours, but don't think I'll ever forgive you for that. The next 3 days passed like a blur. I watched Beatrix and Ingram pack my things, deciding for me what I would need in the nursing home and what was unnecessary. Most of my books, my stamp collection that I had collected all my life, many of my photographs were all declared unnecessary, and sent to the garage for storage. I could only take my clothes, a few personal items, and photos with me. The rooms at Pine Grove were small, and a lot of stuff wouldn't fit in there. Alwyn tried to help me by sneaking things into my suitcase that Beatrix had put a seat on. She was the only one who seemed genuinely upset about what was happening. "Grandpa, I'm so sorry," she whispered as she helped me pack the photo album. "I've tried to talk to Mom and Dad, but they won't listen." "Don't blame yourself, baby," I replied, stroking her head. "You couldn't change anything." The day of the move, I woke up early and walked out to the backyard. The fog had not yet cleared over the bay, and the water seemed silvery in the morning light. I stood there for a long time, soaking up the view that had been a part of my life for so many years. Miriam and I loved to sit on the veranda on summer evenings, watching the sun set over the bay, coloring the sky, and water in shades of pink and gold. Now I didn't know if I would ever see that view again. Ingram found me there an hour later. "Dad, it's time to go," he said, trying to sound cheerful. "The car is already loaded." I nodded and took one last look at the bay before turning and walking toward the house. Ingram's SUV was parked by the porch, 2 suitcases and a box loaded in the trunk, all that was left of my life. Beatrix was fussing around, checking to see if everything was locked, if we'd forgotten anything. She looked almost happy, as if getting rid of me was a great relief. "Obadiah," she said, as I approached the car, "don't forget your pills." I put them in the side pocket of my suitcase and made an appointment schedule. "You'll give it to the nurse when we get there." I didn't answer, just sat in the back seat next to Alwyn. Terence had stayed home. He had some important appointment, he explained. I was even glad he hadn't gone. At least there would be one less witness to my humiliation. The drive to Pine Grove took about 30 minutes. I looked out the window at the familiar places whizzing by: the post office where I worked, the park where I walked with Miriam, the store where I bought her flowers every Friday, and felt a part of me die. Pine Grove turned out to be exactly what I expected: a dreary 3-story gray brick building surrounded by stunted trees and a neatly trimmed but lifeless lawn. Not a trace of that active retirement community Beatrix had spoken of. Through the windows, I could see elderly people sitting in chairs in the common room, staring mindlessly at the TV. "It looks nice," Alwyn said uncertainly as we got out of the car. "Don't pretend, baby," I replied quietly. "We both know what this place is." We were greeted by the receptionist, a full middle-aged woman with a strange smile and tired eyes. She walked us through the check-in process, showed us to my room, a small space with a narrow bed, nightstand, and closet, and handed us a schedule of meals and medications. "Dinner is at 17:30, she said, looking into her papers, not at me. "Don't be late or you'll have to wait until breakfast." Ingram and Beatrix helped me put my things away, which took only a few minutes, so few were there. Then came the moment of farewell. "Papa." Ingram looked awkward. "We'll be visiting you. Maybe not right away. We need to help Beatrix's parents with the move, but we'll definitely come soon." I didn't answer. What could I say? That I didn't want to see them, that betrayal was unforgivable, that they had ruined my life for their own convenience. Alwyn hugged me tightly, and I felt her tears wet my shirt. "I'll come visit you, grandfather," she whispered. "I promise." "I know, baby," I replied, stroking her back. "Take care of yourself." When they left, I sat on the edge of the bed, and for the first time in a while, I let myself cry. tears streamed down my cheeks as I stared at the bare walls of the strange room that was now my home. The first week at Pine Grove was the worst week of my life. The food was bland, the regimen was oppressive, and the community was depressing. Most of the residents were significantly older than me or had serious health problems. Some suffered from dementia and didn't even recognize their own children who came to visit them. I spent most of my time in my room reading the few books I managed to take with me or looking at photographs. Sometimes I would go out to the common room and look out the window at the parking lot, hoping to see Alwyn's car, but it never arrived. On the 10th day of my stay at Pine Grove, something happened that changed everything. I was sitting in the dining hall trying to swallow something called chicken stew, but more like glue, when I heard a familiar voice, "Obadiah, Obadiah, lamb." It couldn't be. I looked up and saw a tall, skinny man with a gray beard looking at me with genuine surprise. Ferris. I couldn't believe my eyes. Ferris Dunham. Ferris had been a co-worker of mine at the Postal Service and then moved on to work at the bank. We'd been friends for years, but lost touch after his wife died when he moved in with his daughter in Baltimore. "What the hell are you doing in that almshouse?" he asked, taking a seat across from me. "My loving son decided I belonged here." I grinned bitterly. "And you?" "I've been here for 8 months." Ferris replied, "After my second stroke, my daughter decided she couldn't take care of me. I was too weak to argue." We talked all through lunch and sat in the common room for a long time afterward. Ferris told me about his life after the move, how his daughter had sold his house, how he had lost most of his belongings, and how he had gradually come to terms with his new reality. "But you," he said, looking at me carefully, "you're still strong. You walk on your own. Your head is clear. Your hands are not shaking. What about your house?" I told him the whole story, how Ingram and Beatrix had invaded my life, how they had gradually forced me out of my own house, how they had finally evicted me to make room for Beatrix's parents. "And the house belongs to them now?" Ferris asked when I had finished. "No." I shook my head. "That's the irony of it. The house is still registered to me. Ingram should have deeded it to me 2 years ago, but he kept putting it off because he didn't want to pay the gift tax. Said he'd get around to it, that it was better to wait until until you went to the other side of the world," Ferris said bluntly. He was always a man who called things by their proper names. "Exactly," I nodded. "And as long as the house is listed as mine, they just use it." Ferris rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "You know, Obadiah," he said after a pause, "if the house is legally yours, you can do whatever you want with it, like sell it." Sell it. I'd never thought of that. The house was a part of me, the place where I spent most of my life, where my memories were kept. Think about it. Ferris leaned closer. Your son and daughter-in-law threw you away like you were nothing. They live in your house, use your possessions, and they sent you here to die. Why not teach them a lesson? I was beginning to see where he was going with this. "Are you suggesting I sell the house out from under their noses?" I asked, feeling something like hope stirring in my chest. "Exactly." Ferris smiled broadly. "I spent 30 years in a bank, Obadiah. I know how these things work. If the house is in your name, you have every right to sell it. They don't even have to know about it until the deal is finalized." I pictured Ingram and Beatrix's faces when they found out they could no longer live in my house. It would be the perfect revenge. "But where would I go?" I asked. Even if I sell the house, I still need somewhere to live, and there might not be enough money for a new place given the prices right now. I've thought about that too. Ferris squinted slyly. My nephew has a real estate agency in Lewis. He might be able to help you find a buyer who will agree to let you live in a guest house or an annex. Many rich people are looking for property in Henlopen Acres and are willing to agree to different terms just to get a good house. I could feel a plan starting to form in my head. This could work. I could regain control of my life and at the same time take revenge on those who had betrayed me. Ferris, I said, looking at my old friend with renewed determination. Tell me more about this nephew. As promised, Ferris introduced me to his nephew, Horace Dunham, the very next day. Horace was an energetic man of about 45 with shrewd eyes and a keen gaze that made me think of the sharks I had sometimes seen off the Gulf Coast. He had come to Pine Grove on the pretext of visiting his uncle, and we met in the little garden behind the building, where patients did not usually walk for lack of benches and shade. "Uncle Ferris has told me your situation, Mr. Lamb," said Horace after we had exchanged greetings, "and I think I can help you. Do you really think anyone would be willing to buy a house with such an encumbrance as I am?" I asked bluntly. I'd been thinking about Ferris's plan all night and I doubted its feasibility. Horace smiled, showing flawless teeth that were obviously worth a lot of money. "Mr. Lamb, you underestimate the appeal of real estate in Henlopen Acres. Prices there have risen 30% in the last 2 years. A house overlooking the bay with a lot like that, believe me, there will be buyers willing to make any kind of offer. But wouldn't my son be able to contest the sale? That was my biggest fear. He lives there. If the house is officially registered in your name, and there are no documents restricting your right to dispose of it, such as a life annuity or a gift with the right to reside, then legally, you have every right to sell it. Your son can only challenge the sale if he can prove that you are incapacitated or acting under duress. That's why they put me here." I grinned bitterly. "To make it easier to prove my incapacity later. That's why we need to act quickly and carefully." Horace nodded. "I'll prepare the paperwork, find buyers, and we'll do the inspections while your son is at work. No one will know about the sale until the contract is signed and registered." "And how would we organize the inspections?" I couldn't imagine secretly showing the house to potential buyers while Ingram and Beatrix were at work. "I'm locked in here." "Do you have keys to the house?" Horace asked. I nodded. When they brought me to Pine Grove, I had put a bunch of keys in my jacket pocket, and no one had thought to take them. "That's great. I'll organize day trips for you. Officially, it's part of a socialization program for patients. They take groups to shopping malls, museums, parks. It's common practice in these facilities. I'll make arrangements with the administration to include you in these trips, and I'll be waiting outside in my car." The plan sounded like a spy operation, and part of me couldn't believe that I, a 77-year-old retired postal inspector, was seriously considering such a venture. But the other part, the part that still remembered the humiliation of being banished from my own home, yearned for justice. What if Ingram or Beatrix are home during the inspection? "I always make sure the path is clear beforehand," Horace replied confidently. "It's standard practice in my business. Sometimes I have to sell houses where the spouses are divorcing, and one of them doesn't want to sell. Believe me, I know how to handle it delicately." We agreed that Horace would start the paperwork immediately. I needed to provide him with a copy of the property certificate, which fortunately I always kept in an envelope along with other important documents in my wallet. The foresight I had developed from years of dealing with postal mail had served me well for the first time in a long time. 3 days later, Horace called me on the Pine Grove phone and informed me that the paperwork was ready. The house was for sale, no address, just neighborhood and features, and there were several interested buyers. "You have your first tour tomorrow, Mr. Lamb," he said. "I've made arrangements with the administration. You'll be marked for a trip to the botanical gardens." "Horace," I lowered my voice, though there was no one else in the room. "Aren't you afraid that this is, well, not quite legal? I mean, cheating the administration's secret meetings?" "Mr. Lamb," he sounded absolutely certain, "you're a fully capable citizen temporarily residing in a care facility. You have the right to privacy and to manage your property. If the administration thinks you're traveling to look at cacti, but you're instead touring your property with potential buyers, that's your right. No one is keeping you under house arrest." His words gave me confidence. Indeed, I had done nothing illegal. I was simply disposing of my property as I saw fit. The next day, I put on my best and only suit which Beatrix had allowed me to bring with me, and joined a group of elderly people waiting for a bus to go to the botanical gardens. When the bus pulled up, I discreetly separated from the group and made my way to a black sedan parked around the corner of the building. "Nice day for a real estate tour, isn't it?" Horace smiled as he opened the car door in front of me. On the way to my house, Horace told me about the first potential buyer, a middle-aged couple from New York looking for a vacation home. They're willing to pay a good price, but they want to completely remodel the interior. This means that all of your stuff left in the house will have to be moved out. "Most of my things are already in the garage thanks to Beatrix's efforts," I said bitterly. "Ingram promised they'd keep them for me, but I doubt they'll fulfill that promise. We could include a clause in the contract about keeping and giving you the personal effects," Horace suggested. "Or we could arrange for removal before the deal is finalized." When we arrived at the house, Horace drove by, first scrutinizing the lot. "Your son's car is gone," he noted. "But there's another car in the driveway. Beatrix must be home." I felt disappointed. Or her parents had already moved out. "Let's check it out." Horace pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Hello, this is Clean Stream Plumbing. We've received a request for a plumbing inspection in your neighborhood. Is someone going to be home in the next 2 hours? He listened to the answer and smiled at me. "I see. Thank you very much. Then we'll come tomorrow." He disconnected. "No one's home. It's a neighbor's car. They left it in your driveway while their own was being repaired. The woman who answered the phone said everyone was gone for the day. Your son at work, your daughter-in-law, and her parents at a furniture store in Rehoboth Beach picking out new bedroom furniture." "For my bedrooms," I clarified, feeling anger rising inside. "Don't worry, they'll be picking out furniture for a whole other house soon." Horace winked and turned the car around. "We have about 3 hours before they get back, more than enough time to look around. A couple from New York." The Websters were waiting for us nearby at a coffee shop. They were exactly as I'd imagined, groomed, self-assured, with that peculiar expression on their faces that comes from people who are used to getting what they want. Mrs. Webster looked at the house with the meticulousness of a man who is willing to spend a lot of money and wants to get the perfect product for it. "It's not a bad layout, but it's so outdated," she said, running her finger along the kitchen countertop. "We're going to have to completely remodel the kitchen and the bathrooms, too." "The view of the bay is great," Mr. Webster said, looking out the living room window. "And the lot is big enough. We could build a pool." I watched in silence as strangers discussed the future of my home, planning to tear down and rebuild the rooms where most of my life had been spent. It was painful, but also liberating. I began to realize that home is just walls and a roof. Real memories live inside me, and no one can take them away or rebuild them. Snorts. The Websters stayed in the house for about an hour, asking many questions about utilities, the age of the roof, and the condition of the foundation. Horace answered professionally, occasionally turning to me for clarification. At the end of the inspection, Mrs. Webster turned to me. "Mr. Lamb, your agent mentioned that you would like to retain the right to stay in the guest house, but I don't see a guest house here." "It's not here yet," I admitted. "But there's plenty of room on the property to build one." She frowned. "I'm afraid that complicates things. We were planning to use the house for vacations, not to share the lot with." She faltered, not wanting to say the obvious. "An elderly person." "I understand." I nodded. "Maybe we're not right for each other." On the way back to Pine Grove, I shared my doubts with Horace. Maybe the guest house idea isn't realistic. Who would want to buy a house with that kind of encumbrance? "The Websters aren't the only potential buyers," Horace said confidently. "Tomorrow we have an appointment with another client who I think would be a better fit. He's not just looking for a vacation home, but plans to move to Henlopen Acres permanently." The next day brought another field trip, this time officially to the local history museum. Horace was again waiting for me around the corner, and we drove to the house, making sure no one was there beforehand. Thornton Barrington was nothing like I'd expected. Instead of the typical rich businessman in an expensive suit, I saw a tall, trim man of about 55 dressed in simple slacks and a shirt with the sleeves rolled up. His graying temples and tanned face with wrinkles in the corners of his eyes showed a man used to spending a lot of time outdoors. "Mr. Lamb." He shook my hand firmly. "It's a pleasure to meet you. Horace told me your story, and I admire your determination." Unlike the Websters, Barrington looked at the house not as a potential renovation, but as a future home. He asked questions about the neighbors, how the neighborhood had changed over the years, and was interested in the history of the house and our lives with Miriam. "I've dreamed of a house by the water my whole life," he said, as we walked out into the backyard. "For the last 30 years, I've run a chain of hotels in the Midwest. Started with one motel that I inherited from my father, and gradually expanded the business. Last year, I sold the company to a major corporation, and now I can afford to live where I've always wanted to live." "And you're not uncomfortable with the guest house clause?" I asked bluntly. "Not at all." Barrington smiled. "You know Mr. Lamb, when I was a boy, my grandfather lived with us. He had a small annex to the house, just one room with a bathroom and a tiny kitchen. But the place was magical to me. My grandfather told me stories about the war, taught me how to fish, showed me how to fix different things. When he was gone, I missed him, and those times very much." He looked around the lot, calculating something in his mind. "Here in the far corner, you could build a nice guest house with a separate entrance but close to the main house. 2 bedrooms, living room, kitchen, maybe even a small terrace overlooking the bay. What do you think?" "It sounds almost perfect," I admitted, trying not to show how touched I was by his words. "I'm not suggesting you be my grandfather." Barrington laughed, noticing my embarrassment. "But I do appreciate life experiences and stories, and I also like the idea of having someone in the house who knows its history, who has cared for it for years. It gives a place soul, you know." I did. And for the first time since Ingram and Beatrice showed up on my doorstep with suitcases, I felt hopeful. After the inspection, Barrington made an offer that exceeded the market value of the house by 15%, on the condition that he would build me a guest house to my specifications, and I would have the right to live there for life. In addition, he insisted on including a clause in the contract to ensure that I have access to all my personal belongings stored in the house and garage until the deal was finalized. "I want it to be fair," he said. "Your son and daughter-in-law have done you an injustice, but I don't want our deal to be marred by any legal disputes in the future." Over the next week, Horace organized several more tours during which Barrington and I discussed the details of the deal and met with a lawyer who helped draft and review all the documents. Barrington even brought in an architect to discuss the plans for the guest house. "Construction will take about 3 months," the architect said, showing me the preliminary sketches, "but you'll love the result. The house will be completely self-contained with its own heating and air conditioning system, a modern kitchen, and a bathroom adapted for your age." I looked at the blueprints, and I thought I could see my future, not a dull room in Pine Grove, but a cozy house overlooking the bay where I could spend my remaining years with dignity and comfort. Finally, 2 weeks after our first meeting, all the paperwork was ready. We met at the lawyer's office in Lewis, and I signed the purchase agreement. Barrington handed me a check for the down payment, and the rest of the money was to be deposited into my account after the transaction was recorded. "Congratulations, Mr. Lamb," said the lawyer, shaking my hand. "The deal will be registered within 3 working days. After that, the house will officially become Mr. Barrington's property." "What about my son and his family?" I asked. "Would they have to move out?" "According to the law, the new owner can demand to vacate the premises within 30 days after the registration of the transaction," the lawyer replied. "But that's at Mr. Barrington's discretion. I think 30 days is a fair time limit." Barrington nodded. "That's enough time to find a new place to live." When we left the office, I felt a strange relief mixed with anxiety. The plan had worked. I'd sold the house, secured my future, and taught Ingram and Beatrice a lesson. But how would they react when they found out? What will I tell them when I meet them? "Don't worry, Mr. Lamb," said Barrington, as if he had read my thoughts. "I'll be there when you tell them the news. Together we can handle any reaction." "Thank you, Mr. Barrington." I thanked him sincerely for everything. "Please call me Thornton." He smiled. After all, we'll be neighbors now. On the drive back to Pine Grove, I looked out the window at the passing scenery and thought about how dramatically my life had changed in those 2 weeks. I had gone from a rejected, humiliated old man to a man in control of his own destiny. I sold the house that had become my prison and secured a new future for myself, all thanks to a chance meeting with Ferris and his nephew. As Horace dropped me off at the Pine Grove, I noticed Ingram's car in the parking lot. My heart skipped a beat. Had he really found out about the sale? But that was impossible. The paperwork hadn't been filed yet. "Horace," I pointed to the car. "That's my son." "Don't worry," he reassured me. "Most likely it's a normal visit. Maybe he finally decided to visit you like he promised." I nodded, though I didn't believe it. Ingram hadn't visited me once since he'd placed me in Pine Grove. Even Alwyn, who had promised to visit, hadn't shown up. "What should I tell him?" I asked, feeling uncertain. "Nothing yet," Horace advised. "The deal has not yet been registered. It would be better to wait for official confirmation before making a statement. Mr. Barrington and I will come to pick you up in 3 days when it's done. I walked into the building preparing for my meeting with my son and not knowing what it would bring. But there was a certainty inside me. No matter what happened, I was no longer a helpless victim. I was back in control of my life. Ingram did come to visit me, though. Visit is too loud a word for what actually happened. He spent less than half an hour at Pine Grove, mostly complaining about work and asking me how I was feeling, like I was dying. Not a word about when I would be taken home, not a hint that my exile might ever end. Before he left, he mentioned as if by the way, Dad, we're having a little celebration this Saturday. It's the birthday of Beatrice's father, Garth. He's turning 75. And you're having the party at my house? I couldn't contain the bitterness in my voice. Ingram frowned as if my words had caught him off guard. Well, technically, it is still your house, yes, but you don't mind, do you? After all, we live there and Beatrix's parents are there now too. Already moved in, I knew the answer, but I wanted to hear it from him. Yes, last week. He looked a little guilty, but quickly pulled himself together. They sold their house in Rehoboth Beach and are now living with us. We remodeled the rooms upstairs a bit. I hope you don't mind. I thought about the papers I had signed 3 days ago, the check that was in Horace's safe, the plans for the guest house that the architect had shown me. All these were my secrets, my little revenge for betrayal, and the moment to reveal it was at hand. I don't mind, I lied with a smile. It's a big house with plenty of room for everyone. Ingram relaxed visibly, clearly relieved by my sudden compliance. That's good. I knew you'd understand. It's only temporary until we... He stammered, not wanting to be finalized. He stammered, not wanting to finish the sentence. Until you can find me a better place than Pine Grove, I suggested, keeping my tone friendly. Exactly. He nodded, not recognizing the irony. Beatrix and I are looking at better options. Pine Grove is certainly not the place where you should be spending your... He paused again. The rest of my days, I prompted. I meant to say the near future. Ingram smiled awkwardly. When he left, I sat at the window for a long time, looking out at the parking lot and thinking about the upcoming Saturday. Horace had promised that the paperwork would be filed by Friday, and Thornton and I had planned a visit on Saturday morning. But now that I'd heard about the party, I thought it might be even better to announce the news in front of all the guests. Let Ingram and Beatrix experience the same public humiliation I had experienced when I was evicted from my own home. I called Horace from Ferris's phone and told him about the conversation with my son. It could be good for us, Horace agreed after a moment's thought. If all the guests are already in the house, it will be harder for Ingram and Beatrix to make a scandal. They'll want to save face. How do we explain my appearance? I asked. They didn't invite me to the party. Mr. Barrington can call ahead and say he wants to see the house as a potential buyer. They don't know it's already sold. Let's say it's urgent that he flew in from out of town and can only make time on Saturday. It was a risky plan, but I liked it. For the first time in a long time, I felt a rush of adrenaline and excitement, feelings that I thought had forever left me as I got older. Friday came and went, and with it the last formalities of the paperwork. Horace called me that evening and confirmed that the deal was officially registered. The house was no longer mine. It belonged to Thornton Barrington. I called your son, Horace said. I introduced myself as Mr. Barrington's agent and said that my client was very interested in buying their house and would like to see it tomorrow, around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And what did Ingram say? I nervously imagined the conversation. At first he was very surprised and said the house was not for sale. I apologized for the misunderstanding and explained that there must have been an error in our agency's database. But then I added that Mr. Barrington was willing to offer a sum well above the market value, and your son was interested. You bet, I grinned. Ingram never missed an opportunity to make money. He said they were having a family reunion tomorrow, but they could spare half an hour before the event. I confirmed the appointment for 1400. Mr. Barrington and I will pick you up from the Pine Grove at 1330. I barely slept that night, replaying the scene in my head. How would Ingram react when he found out the house was sold? What would Beatrix say, and her parents? I was both scared and happy at the same time. In the morning, I shaved thoroughly, put on my only suit, and shined my old shoes. I wanted to look dignified at the moment of my triumph. At precisely 1330, Horace and Thornton Barrington were waiting for me at the entrance to Pine Grove. Thornton was dressed in an immaculate navy blue suit, but he wore it with a careless elegance that made him look like a man accustomed to expensive things. "Ready for the big day, Obadiah?" he asked, shaking my hand. "Ready as ever," I replied, feeling my heart pounding. On the way back to the house, we discussed our plan once more. Thornton would play the role of interested buyer until we were inside the house. Then I would announce the truth. "Don't make any sudden moves," Horace warned. "Your son may try to challenge the deal, claiming that you were incapacitated or pressured. Don't give him a reason." "I'll be reasonable," I promised, though a storm of emotion raged inside me. When we pulled up to the house, I saw that preparations for the party were already in full swing. Several cars were parked in the driveway, and people in catering company uniforms were bustling around the entrance, unloading boxes of food and drinks. "Looks like it's going to be a big party," Thornton said, parking his Mercedes next to the other cars. We got out of the car and headed toward the house. I could feel my knees shaking, but I tried to walk straight and steady. Horace walked beside me, ready to support me if necessary. Ingram opened the door wearing a half-unbuttoned shirt and holding a towel, clearly in the midst of preparations. "Mr. Dunham." He held out his hand to Horace. "Thank you for telling me you were coming. We're having a celebration tonight, so there's not much time." He paused, noticing me standing just behind Horace and Thornton. His eyes widened, and the hand he held out for a handshake froze in midair. "Pa." He looked as if he'd seen a ghost. "What are you doing here?" "Hello, Ingram." I tried to make my voice sound calm and confident. "I've come to visit my home, or rather my former home." "What are you talking about?" Ingram looked from me to Horace and Thornton, clearly trying to figure out what was going on. "Allow me to introduce myself." Thornton stepped in, extending his hand. "Thornton Barrington, the new owner of this house." "The new what?" Ingram shook the outstretched hand, but his face was full of bewilderment. "Ingram, who is it?" Beatrix appeared from the back of the house, dressed in an elegant dress, with her hair and makeup done. She froze when she saw me. "Obadiah." "What's going on? Why don't we go inside and discuss it?" Horace suggested. "I'm sure neither of us wants to attract unnecessary attention." Ingram stepped back silently, letting us into the house. Inside, everything was ready for the party. A long table in the living room covered with a white tablecloth and filled with plates and glasses, flowers and candles everywhere, and classical music playing softly from the speakers. "Explain what's going on," Ingram demanded when we were all in the living room. "It's very simple," I answered. I sold the house to Mr. Barrington. The deed was registered yesterday. You must vacate the premises within 30 days. There was a deafening silence. Beatrix looked at me as if I had just announced that I had come from Mars. Ingram slowly turned pale, and then his face began to blush. Is this some kind of joke? His voice shook with restrained anger. You couldn't sell the house. You're in a nursing home. You, a fully capable citizen with the right to dispose of his property. Horace finished for him. The house was in Obadiah Lamb's name, and there were no legal restrictions on its sale. That's impossible. Beatrix shook her head. We live here. My parents sold their house to move here. What's going on here? An elderly couple, obviously, Garth and Prudence Pollock, entered the living room. Garth was a tall, gaunt man with a military bearing, and Prudence was a small but bossy-looking woman with carefully styled gray hair. Who are these people, Mom, Dad? Beatrix turned to them, her voice trailing off. This is Obadiah Ingram's father. He says he sold the house. Sold it. Prudence looked at me in disbelief. How could he sell the house while he was in a nursing home? Through a realtor like they usually sell houses, I replied, not holding back on the sarcasm. Look. Ingram tried to pull himself together. There must have been a misunderstanding. My father, he doesn't quite know what he's doing. He's old. He has moments of confusion. Moments of confusion. Stop it, Ingram. My voice was firmer than I expected. You know perfectly well that I am of sound mind. You and Beatrix evicted me from my home to put her parents here. You sent me to Pine Grove, a place that looks more like a warehouse for unwanted old people than a decent place to live. You didn't even visit me except once when you needed to report on a party, which I wasn't invited to, by the way. We were going to get you out of there. Ingram objected. I just needed some time to get settled to help Beatrix's parents. Don't lie to me. I shook my head. You never planned to take me away. I became an inconvenience and you got rid of me. That's outrageous, Prudence intervened. Ingram, you said your father agreed to move into a nursing home because he needed care. He agreed. Ingram glared at me angrily. And now he's getting revenge. I'm not taking revenge, I countered. I just regained control of my life. Mr. Barrington offered me a good price for the house and agreed to build me a guest house on the property where I could live. I'll no longer rot in Pine Grove, and I'll no longer be at your mercy. A guest house. Beatrix interjected, then turned to Thornton. Are you seriously going to build a cabin for him and let him live on your property? Absolutely. Thornton nodded. That was one of the terms of the deal, and I fully support it. Obadiah deserves a decent life in a place he loves. This is insane. Ingram shook his head. The deal cannot be legal. My father was in a care facility. He could not make such decisions on his own. Here's a copy of the purchase agreement. Horace pulled a folder of documents out of his briefcase. And here's an extract from the registry confirming the registration of the transaction. It snorts, all perfectly legal. Obadiah was declared fully capable by an independent doctor before signing the papers. Ingram grabbed the papers and began frantically going through them as if he hoped to find some mistake or loophole. It's impossible, he mumbled. How could you? At that moment, the doorbell rang. Beatrix shuddered and looked at her watch. My God, it's the guests. They're beginning to arrive, and we have here this. Maybe we should cancel the party, suggested Garth, who had been silent until now, watching the drama unfold. Cancel it." Prudence looked as if he had suggested something obscene. "Impossible. Everyone is on their way. The food is ordered. The musicians are paid for. Then you'll have to host and pretend everything's all right," I said. "Mr. Barrington and I won't spoil your party. We just wanted to tell you the news in person and discuss the timeline for vacating the house." "Vacating the house?" Beatrix raised her voice. "You want to evict us, your son, your grandchildren. Where would we go?" "The same place you sent me," I answered calmly. "You'll find a place to live that suits your abilities. You have 30 days, much more time than you gave me to pack." The doorbell rang again, more insistently. Beatrix gave me a searing look and went to open the door. "We're going to contest this deal," Ingram hissed when she came out. "You couldn't have made those decisions on your own. You were placed in a care facility because of your condition." "What condition, Ingram?" I looked him straight in the eye. "You know yourself that I was perfectly healthy when you sent me to Pine Grove. My only condition is that I was a hindrance to your plans." The first guests entered the living room, an elderly couple I didn't know. They stopped in the doorway, clearly sensing the tension in the room. "Is this a bad time?" the man asked uncertainly. No, come in." Beatrix returned to the living room with a strained smile. "We were just discussing family matters. Meet Ingram's father, Obadiah, and his friends." "Business associates," Thornton corrected, nodding politely. The next half hour passed in a strange, tense atmosphere. The guests kept arriving. Beatrix and Ingram tried to pretend that everything was all right, but their fake smiles and nervous glances betrayed the true state of affairs. Prudence was whispering arguments with Garth in the corner of the room, occasionally throwing angry glances at me. I watched it all with a feeling close to satisfaction, not gloating no more, like relief that justice had finally been served. They had thrown me out of my life as a waste, and now they were facing the same uncertainty themselves. Finally, when there were about 20 guests in the house, Thornton came to me. "I think our message has been delivered," he said quietly. "Shall we leave them to digest the news?" I nodded, feeling suddenly tired. The emotional strain of the last few hours had taken its toll. Thornton, Horace, and I headed for the exit. Ingram intercepted us at the door. "This isn't over," he said, lowering his voice so the guests wouldn't hear. "I will fight for this house. You can't just throw us out on the street." "I'm not throwing you out on the street," I replied calmly. "You have 30 days to find a new place to live, and unlike you, I'm not forbidding you to take all your things. You'll regret it." He said, his eyes openly threatening. "I've already regretted a lot of things, Ingram," I said, feeling my heart clench. "I regretted not seeing the man you'd become. I regret letting you and Beatrix manipulate me, but I will never regret taking back control of my life." I left the house without looking back. Thornton and Horace followed me. When we got into the car, I finally let myself breathe. "Are you all right, Obadiah?" Thornton asked, looking at me with concern. "Yes," I replied, surprised at how truthful my answer was. "I'm fine." For the first time in a long time, I was really okay. As we drove away from the house, I saw Ingram standing on the porch in the rearview mirror, staring after us. His face was contorted with anger, but behind that anger I could see fear. The fear of a man who had suddenly lost control of the situation and didn't know what to do next. It was exactly the feeling I had experienced when they had taken me to Pine Grove. And while I didn't consider myself a vengeful person, I couldn't help but recognize that in that moment the circle had closed. "Where to now?" Horace asked, pulling out onto the main road. "To Pine Grove," I replied. "I have to pack. And then I'll be waiting for my new house to be ready." "Don't worry about the timing," Thornton said. "I've already contacted the contractors. We'll start building the guest house next week. In the meantime, you can move into the hotel at my expense, of course." "Thank you." I looked at him gratefully. "For everything." As we drove back to Pine Grove, I thought about the look on Ingram and Beatrix's face when they found out the house had been sold, about the panic in Prudence's eyes when she realized they would have to move again, about the ruined holiday they had planned in my now former home. I didn't feel schadenfreude, no, but I felt satisfaction that I had done them justice. They wanted to get rid of me, write me off, forget me, but I had shown them that I was still a force to be reckoned with. A new chapter of my life was ahead in a small but private house overlooking the bay I loved so much. No neglect, no humiliation, no having to obey other people's rules. I smiled at my thoughts. Perhaps 77 years isn't so long when there is so much to live for ahead. The days following our visit to the party turned into a real war. Ingram called me at Pine Grove several times a day, alternately threatening lawsuits and begging me to come to my senses. He hired a lawyer to try to find loopholes in the purchase agreement, but Horace was too experienced to make mistakes in the deal. "Dad, you don't realize what you're doing," Ingram said during one of the calls. "You've left us homeless. Where are we going to go now? We have children. We have Beatrix's parents. You have good salaries," I answered calmly. "You can rent an apartment or a house like millions of other people do." "But the house was practically ours." He sounded indignant. "You promised to leave it to us as an inheritance." That phrase opened my eyes to the real reason for his anger. It wasn't that they had no place to live. Ingram and Beatrix could afford to rent or even buy a house. It was that they already thought of the house as theirs, already planned what they would do with it after I died, and I ruined their plans. "I never promised to leave the house to you," I reminded them. "I said I would make sure my estate was divided fairly between you and your sister. Abby, my daughter, lived in Oregon and visited me infrequently, but she always called at the holidays and sent pictures of her grandchildren. She had no claim on the house and never tried to interfere in my life. I decided long ago that she would get an equal share of my inheritance, although Ingram always felt he should get more since he took care of me." "Abby doesn't even visit you," Ingram exclaimed. "She lives on the other side of the country and comes once every 5 years. At least she didn't send me to a nursing home to make room for her family," I countered. After that conversation, Ingram changed tactics. 2 days later, Beatrix and her grandchildren arrived at Pine Grove. Terrence looked annoyed and showed he'd been forced to come, but Alwyn seemed genuinely happy to see me. "Grandpa." She hugged me when we met in the common room. "I missed you so much." "I missed you too, baby," I replied, touched by her warmth. "How are you doing in college? I'm good." She smiled. "I got an excellent grade on my economics project. You know I'm studying finance, right? I didn't know that." In all the time I lived with them, no one had ever mentioned that Alwyn was studying finance. Beatrix sat next to me, smiling strainedly and occasionally intervening with awkward compliments. "Obadiah, you look beautiful. This nursing home is clearly doing you good. It has such a cozy atmosphere." She looked around the dreary common room of the Pine Grove, as if she were in a five-star resort. "Don't pretend, Beatrix," I said bluntly. "We both know this place is awful. That's why I'm so glad I'm moving out of here soon." About that, she lowered her voice and leaned closer. "Ingram and I have been thinking. Maybe you should renegotiate with this Mr. Barrington. We could buy the house back as soon as we find the funds. In the meantime, you could come home and live with us like you used to." I could hardly contain my laughter. Like before, that meant in a small room on the first floor, with no say in the matter, with constant humiliation and complaints. "Thank you, but I prefer my new plan," I replied. "They've already started building the guest house. It will be ready in 2.5 months. 2.5 months, Beatrix sounded disbelieving. "And where will you live in the meantime?" Thornton rented me an apartment in Lewis. I couldn't help but smile at the shocked look on her face overlooking the ocean. "I'm moving in tomorrow, but that's crazy," she exclaimed. "Living alone at that age. What if you get sick? What if you fall? Who will take care of you?" "I've hired a nurse who will come twice a week," I answered. "And the rest of the time I am quite capable of taking care of myself. I am not an invalid, Beatrix, despite your attempts to convince everyone otherwise." Beatrix pressed her lips together, but said nothing. Alwyn watched us with interest, clearly trying to understand the dynamics of the relationship. "Grandfather," she said after a pause, "can I visit you in your new apartment? I could come up on the weekends, help you get settled in." "Sure, baby." I was touched by her offer. "You're always welcome." Beatrix gave her daughter a disapproving look, but she kept silent. The rest of the visit passed in strained politeness. As they were leaving, Alwyn hugged me again and whispered in my ear, "I'm glad you won't be living in that horrible place anymore, Grandpa." The next day, I moved into the apartment Thornton had rented for me. It was a spacious, one-bedroom apartment in a new building on Lewis Quay, with large windows, a modern kitchen, and most importantly, no stairs or thresholds, the perfect place for an elderly person. When I walked in there for the first time, I was struck by the feeling of freedom and spaciousness after the cramped room at Pine Grove. I could cook what I wanted, watch TV when I wanted, shower without waiting in line, and sleep without having to listen to my neighbors snoring behind a thin wall. Thornton had taken care of everything. The apartment was fully furnished. There was food in the refrigerator, and on the table was a folder of documents, a contract with a caregiver, a schedule of doctor's appointments, emergency numbers, and what surprised me the most, a plan for investing the money from the sale of the house. I took the liberty of bringing in my financial advisor. Thornton explained, when he arrived, to check on me. He put together several investment portfolio options based on your needs and wants. Nothing risky, mostly safe bonds and dividend stocks, but the income would be steady, more than enough to live comfortably. I was struck by his concern. Thornton didn't treat me as a burden or a second-class person because of my age, but as an equal whose opinions and desires mattered. A week after I moved in, I met with a financial advisor, a young woman named Laurel, who patiently explained various investment strategies to me without using the patronizing tone often used with older people. "Mr. Lamb, with the amount from the sale of the house and your current savings, you can afford a very comfortable lifestyle," she said, showing me charts and tables. "If we put the bulk of the money in this portfolio, you'd be earning 3 times your current expenses each month, and that's without taking into account your pension." As I listened to her, a sense of wonder and joy grew inside. All my life I had been a frugal person, saving money, rarely spoiling myself. Now, at the age of 77, I'm suddenly rich. What am I supposed to do with this money? I asked, looking at the impressive numbers. Laurel smiled. Anything you want, Mr. Lamb. Travel, pursue hobbies, help your grandchildren with their studies, buy things you've always wanted but thought were too expensive. Live life to the fullest. Living life to the fullest, the phrase stuck in my head. Wasn't that what I'd been deprived of all these years since Miriam's death? Hadn't I become a shadow of myself, existing day after day without real purpose or joy? That same evening, I sat down and made a list of things I had always wanted to do but had put off for lack of money, time, or courage. A trip to Europe where Miriam and I had always dreamed of visiting, a cruise in the Caribbean, photography courses. I've always loved photography but never learned it professionally. A new closet. My suits went out of style a long time ago. A visit to a good restaurant at least once a week. Miriam always said that life is too short not to spoil yourself with a good meal. Looking at this list made me feel alive for the first time in a long time. I had a purpose, plans for the future, and most importantly, the means to fulfill them. Alwyn kept her promise and started visiting me regularly. She came every Saturday, and we spent time together walking along the promenade, eating lunch in cafes, sometimes just sitting on the balcony and talking. She told me about her studies, her plans for the future, her friends and hobbies. I listened to her and thought about how little I knew about my own grandchildren's lives when I lived with them under the same roof. Ingram and Beatrix continued to try to manipulate me. They called, wrote letters, even came unannounced a couple times, each time with new arguments for why I should help them in their predicament. "Dad, we can't find decent housing in our price range," Ingram complained during one of the visits. "The real estate market is so overheated right now. Maybe we should look for a smaller apartment," I suggested. "You don't need 5 bedrooms anymore." "But we have children. We have Beatrix's parents." He resented me. "We can't live in cramped quarters." "Terrence is already working and can rent his own place," I said. "And Beatrix's parents, as far as I know, got good money from the sale of their house in Rehoboth Beach. They can rent or buy something for themselves." Ingram and Beatrix had not expected me to be so well informed about their financial situation. They expected me to take their word for it and make concessions as I had done before. "If you don't care about that, can't you at least think about the inheritance for your grandchildren?" Beatrix changed tactics. "Alwyn and Terrence deserve a stable future." "I've already taken care of that," I replied. "I put some of the money from the sale of the house into educational trusts for Alwyn and Terrence. They'll get those funds when they graduate and are ready to start living on their own." This was another piece of advice from Laurel that I gladly accepted. The educational trusts were structured so that neither Ingram nor Beatrix could access them. The money was solely for education and seed money for grandchildren. Ingram and Beatrix's faces stretched. They clearly expected to be able to control whatever funds I set aside for the grandchildren. But what about us? Ingram finally asked. "We are your family, your children. Won't you leave anything to us?" I looked at my son and his wife, trying to find some genuine concern or love in their faces, but all I saw was greed and irritation. "I've already given you more than you deserve," I said calmly. "You've lived in my house, used my things, run my life. Now it's my turn to live for myself." After that conversation, their visits became less frequent and their calls shorter. They realized that they could no longer manipulate me and gradually gave up trying to get money. Meanwhile, The construction of the guest house was progressing faster than planned. Thornton regularly sent me photos and videos of the site, consulted me on the interior design, color scheme, and furniture arrangement. He was as enthusiastic about the project as if he was building a house for himself. I've always dreamed of having a big family. But my wife died young and we had no children. All my life I devoted to business, and only now on the slope of years I realized that I missed the most important thing. It's never too late to start a family, I said. Maybe not blood, but someone who really cares about you. He looked at me gratefully. You know Obadiah. I am glad we met. You remind me of my father, just as straightforward, honest, with a sense of dignity. I've always respected those qualities. In the 2 months I've been living in Lewis, I've been transformed. Regular walks along the seafront improved my health. A new closet and haircut changed my appearance, and the freedom to manage my time and money gave me back my sense of self-worth. I enrolled in a photography course at a local college where I met a group of enthusiastic people my age. We often went on photo shoots capturing sunrises over the ocean, Lewis architecture, and shorebirds. Among the new acquaintances was Eleanor Pringle, a 72-year-old widow, a former literature teacher, with a sharp mind and a subtle sense of humor. We quickly found a common language and began to spend more and more time together, went to the movies, to restaurants, to concerts at the local Philharmonic. You've changed, Grandpa, Alwyn remarked during one of our visits. It's been a long time since I've seen you so happy. We were sitting in a cafe on the waterfront enjoying Saturday brunch. I'd just shown her the pictures I'd taken at dawn, the misty beach, the seagulls hovering over the waves, the fishermen's boats heading out to sea. I feel different, I admitted. It was as if I had lifted a heavy weight off my shoulders that I hadn't realized I was carrying. Daddy and Mommy weren't fair to you, she said quietly. I knew it, but I was afraid to contradict them. I'm sorry for that. I took her hand. You have nothing to apologize for, baby. You were a child dependent on your parents. No one expected you to stand up for me, but I could have at least visited you at Pine Grove. Tears glistened in her eyes. I promised, but I didn't come once. You're here now. I smiled. That's the main thing. Our conversation was interrupted by my phone ringing. It was Eleanor inviting me to a poetry night at the local library. I accepted, and when I finished talking, I noticed that Alwyn was looking at me curiously. Who is it? She asked with a slight smile. A friend. I answered, feeling myself blush like a teenager. Eleanor Pringle. We met on a photography course. Just a friend. Alwyn raised an eyebrow. Or a special friend? I didn't know what to say. Eleanor and I had never discussed our relationship, but lately I'd often found myself looking forward to our meetings, noticing how she dressed, how she styled her hair, what perfume she used. I don't know, I admitted honestly, but I like spending time with her. Alwyn smiled broadly and openly. I'm so happy for you, grandfather. You deserve to be happy. In early June, almost 3 months after selling the house, the guest house was ready. It exceeded my expectations, spacious, bright with large windows, and a view of the bay with comfortable furnishings, and all the necessary adaptations. For someone my age, handrails in the bathroom. No thresholds, wide doorways for the possible use of a walker or wheelchair in the future. Thornton threw a small housewarming party to which he invited Ferris and his nephew Alwyn, my nurse Martha Eleanor, and some new friends from photography courses. Ingram and Beatrix were not invited, though I knew they still lived in Henlopen Acres, having rented a house nearby. Standing on the terrace of my new home, with a glass of champagne in my hand, surrounded by people who were genuinely happy for me, I felt an extraordinary peace. The bay stretched out before me just as it had 40 years ago, when Miriam and I had first seen the view. The sun was setting, coloring the sky, and water shades of pink and gold like the sunsets we'd enjoyed together. "To new life," Thornton said, raising his glass. "To a new life," echoed everyone in the room. Eleanor stood beside me, her hand lightly touching mine. Alwyn was talking to Ferris, laughing at his jokes. Martha was arranging the appetizers on the table, glancing at me every now and then with an approving smile. I raised my glass and added, "And here's to lessons it's never too late to learn. Here's to the courage to start over even when it feels like time is running out. Here's to appreciating each day and never letting others decide how we live our lives." Everyone drank to my toast, and the conversation flowed on, but I stood for a while longer, looking out over the bay and thinking about the path that had brought me here, of betrayal and pain, of loss and gain, of closed and open doors. I felt no bitterness toward Ingram and Beatrix, though I did not forgive them completely. They had made their choices. I had made mine. Perhaps someday we would find common ground again, perhaps not. But that wasn't so important now. What was important was that at 77 I had finally learned to put myself first, learned to say no to those who tried to manipulate me, and yes to new opportunities and joys. I learned to live in the present moment, not in the past or the misty future. Eleanor touched my arm quietly. "What are you thinking about, Obadiah?" I looked at her, a beautiful woman with intelligent eyes and gray hair, arranged in an elegant style, and thought that life is indeed full of surprises. "About how it's never too late to start a new chapter," I replied, squeezing her hand. "And how grateful I am to fate for everything, even the hard times. They've brought me here to this moment, and you know what, I wouldn't trade it for anything else." We stood side by side watching the sunset over the bay, and I felt like I'd finally found what I'd been looking for all my life. Not just a home, but a sense of belonging. Not just comfort, but true freedom. Freedom to be myself. Freedom to choose my path. Freedom to savor every moment that life has to offer. And in this freedom, in this sense of peace and tranquility, I finally found my happiness, not in great achievements or material values, but in simple joys, in the laughter of friends, in the touch of a hand, in the rays of sunset over the water, in the knowledge that tomorrow will be a new day full of opportunities. And this day will belong only to me. Random reaction or choose a video lucky. Story 2. I took my late wife's broken e-reader to a repair shop in Portland. The technician stared at the screen for a few seconds, then suddenly locked the door. His voice trailed off, almost a whisper. "Sir, you shouldn't let anyone else see what's inside this device." I frowned, completely bewildered. "What are you talking about?" He pushed the device across the counter, his eyes tense. "You need to listen to the last recording your wife left behind." I pressed play, and I discovered a truth that made my blood run cold with shock. Hello, everyone. Welcome to today's story. Before we continue the mysterious recording, please like, subscribe, and comment where you're watching from. Note this is a fictional story. Some details are dramatized to enhance storytelling and offer thoughtful, meaningful reflections. Any similarities to real people or places are purely coincidental. The smell of burnt solder and ozone always made my skin crawl, but today, the static in the air felt like a warning from the grave. I sat on a stool that creaked under my weight, feeling the grit of the repair shop floor beneath my boots. I am Thane Garrison, a 70-year-old retired hazelnut farmer with hand calloused by 4 decades in the Oregon soil, and I was currently clutching my late wife's e-reader like a sacred relic. The glass was spiderwebbed with cracks, a jagged map of the moment everything fell apart. Most people would see a broken tablet and think of the cost of a replacement, but I only saw the last thing Jessica was holding when she collapsed on our kitchen floor. My children thought I wanted it fixed so I could finish the historical novels she loved, but that was a convenient lie. I brought the device to Portland because I noticed her fingers were fused to it in her final moments, as if she were trying to protect a secret from the very air she was losing. 2 months of silence had passed in our farmhouse, and the weight of that silence had become a physical burden I could no longer carry without answers. Corbin Mercer, a 30-year-old electronics technician with wire-rimmed glasses and a nervous twitch, emerged from the back room looking visibly shaken. He didn't hand the device over to me across the cluttered counter. Instead, he scanned the storefront for other customers before leaning in close. His pencil was doing a jittery tapping dance against his clipboard, a sharp, rhythmic sound that grated on my nerves. I asked him if there was a problem with the billing, my voice sounding older and more tired than I cared to admit. Click. The sound of the deadbolt sliding home as Corbin locked the front door felt like a guillotine dropping. He beckoned me into the back room of his shop, away from the storefront cameras, into a cramped space that smelled of old dust and hot plastic. I followed him, my heart hammering against my ribs. I had lived through 70 years of Oregon winters, but the chill I felt now had nothing to do with the weather. He sat me down in front of a terminal where the blue hum of a diagnostic monitor washed over us like a ghost. Corbin plugged the e-reader into the machine, his fingers trembling as he navigated through layers of code that looked like nonsense to a man who spent his life studying soil pH and harvest yields. He told me that the storage wasn't filled with the novels I expected to see. Instead, the memory was packed with encrypted high bitrate audio recordings disguised as mundane system logs. How could a woman who barely knew how to text hide a digital paper trail this deep? I stared at the screen, a cold dread pooling in my stomach. These were hidden intentionally. Corbin whispered, his eyes darting toward the door we had just locked. This wasn't a glitch or a collection of audiobooks. These were timestamps, and every single one of them matched the final week of my wife's life. He admitted that he had almost wiped the drive as part of the standard repair until he saw the file names. My curiosity was no longer a quiet ache. It was a visceral, screaming need to know what Jessica was so afraid of. Corbin's finger hovered over the play button on the diagnostic screen, his voice trembling as he whispered that I needed to hear how this starts. The sound of static breaking into a familiar shaky voice sent a tremor through my soul. Hearing Jessica's voice wasn't like a comforting memory. It was like a cold hand reaching out of the Oregon mist to grab me by the throat. I stood frozen in that cramped back room, the blue light of the diagnostic monitor casting long, sickly shadows across the cluttered workbench. The recording was grainy, a whispered confession captured in the dead of night. "Thane," she said, and my name sounded like a prayer and a warning all at once. "If you are hearing this, the blue ones aren't mine. I have to hide the real medicine because someone is swapping my bottles." I felt the air leave my lungs. This wasn't just a digital diary of a grieving woman. It was a desperate breadcrumb trail left by a wife who knew her sanctuary had been breached. Corbin Mercer immediately cut the audio before the sentence could even settle in the air. He looked at the door he had just deadbolted, his face pale under the fluorescent hum of the shop lights. He told me he couldn't let me listen to the rest there, that it was far too dangerous for both of us if someone was watching. My heart hammered a frantic rhythm against my ribs as I looked at the e-reader, realizing it was no longer a relic, but a ticking bomb. Have you ever felt the ground vanish beneath your feet while you were still standing? That was the moment I realized my home was no longer a sanctuary, and the people I called my own might be the very wolves I had let through the gate. Corbin didn't ask for payment. Instead, he slid a pair of high-end, noise-canceling headphones across the scarred table, his eyes darting toward the security feed. He warned me that as long as I stayed within the standard reading interface, the files remained invisible, but if someone with his skills went looking, I would be in trouble. He leaned in, his voice barely a breath, telling me not to trust my family, not a single one of them, until I had heard the end of that file. I tucked the device deep into the pocket of my wool coat, its weight feeling like a lead sinker pulling me down. I walked out into the freezing rain, the icy water soaking through my clothes as I climbed into my old truck. The smell of wet asphalt and pine filled the cab, but it did nothing to clear my head. I pulled onto Highway 99 West, the rhythmic, frantic slapping of the windshield wipers struggling against the torrential downpour. The rain didn't just fall. It attacked the windshield like 1,000 tiny needles trying to wash away the sins of my own bloodline. I gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white, my mind racing back to the night Jessica died. I remembered my children hovering over her bedside, their faces masks of concern. I asked myself who was really in the room that night, and why I had been so blind. As I slowed the truck, I looked down at the e-reader on the passenger seat. In the dim light of the dashboard, I noticed the spider-webbed cracks on the glass again. They didn't radiate from a single point of impact like a fall would cause. It looked intentional, as if someone had tried to crush the life out of the device under the heel of a heavy boot. As the farmhouse finally came into view through the grunk curtain of the storm, I saw a familiar silhouette standing on my porch, waiting in the dark. The headlights of my truck cut through the gloom, illuminating a figure I wasn't prepared to see. I killed the engine, but the silence that rushed in was louder than the storm, punctuated only by the rhythmic creak of a porch swing that shouldn't have been moving. My hand drifted to the pocket where the e-reader lay, its jagged screen a cold weight against my thigh. I stepped out into the mud, the freezing rain soaking my wool coat instantly, and realized it was just Pete Miller, my 80-year-old neighbor, who had farmed the plot next to mine since we were both boys. He looked spooked, his yellow rain slicker gleaming under the flickering porch light. "Thane," he said, his voice barely rising above the wind, "you ought to lock your gates. Those men in the black SUV, they weren't looking for hazelnuts." I felt the metallic taste of adrenaline sharp against the roof of my mouth. Pete told me he had seen Silas, my own son, snooping around the property, while I was in the city talking to men who looked like they'd never stepped in dirt in their lives. He handed me a damp envelope he'd found stuffed in the mailbox before shuffling back toward his own truck. I hurried him away, my paranoia blooming like a dark flower, and locked the front door with a trembling hand. I retreated to the kitchen, the only room that still smelled faintly of Jessica's lavender and lemon zest. The rhythmic thumping of the storm against the farmhouse felt like a giant's fist trying to get in. I sat at the oak table under a yellowed flickering bulb and put on the noise-canceling headphones Corbin had given me. I selected File 1 titled The Blue Supplement. Jessica's voice filled my head, and for a second the grief was so physical I nearly doubled over. But her voice was steady, clinical, even as she detailed a trip she'd taken to a pharmacy in McMinnville, 2 towns over. She explained that she had taken the vitamins Silas had been bringing her to a professional for testing. Bang! A shutter blew loose outside, sounding like a gunshot in the hollow house. I jumped, my heart clawing at my ribs before the recording pulled me back down. Jessica, Clear's throat, said the pharmacist told her it wasn't a vitamin at all. It was warfarin, a blood thinner administered at 5 times the dose for a woman her size. The clinical cold memory of that pharmacist's verdict echoed in my ears through her retelling. My wife described the physical toll it had taken, the purple bruising on her forearms she'd hidden under long sleeves, and the constant metallic taste that had ruined every meal I'd cooked for her. Jessica's voice was a ghost bridge, the only thing keeping me from drowning in the black ink of my own despair, as she explained why she'd stayed silent. She was terrified I would confront Silas and get hurt. She ended the file by telling me she had hidden the pharmacy receipt in the hollow of the old oak we called the wedding tree, but then her tone shifted to something even more urgent. She revealed that the pharmacy test wasn't her only proof. She had been secretly filming the kitchen for weeks with a hidden camera I never knew existed. As Jessica's voice faded out, she whispered one final sentence that turned my blood to ice. "Check the stove, Thane. They've already started the next stage." I ripped the headphones off my gaze, snapping toward the kitchen range, a cold sweat breaking across my brow. I didn't just walk toward the kitchen range. I lunged, my hand trembling as I reached for the dials that should have been cold. The air in the kitchen was thick with the faint, rotten egg smell of natural gas, a scent that shouldn't have been there since I'd finished my tea hours ago. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird as I found the rear burner valve wide open, though no blue flame flickered. I twisted the dial shut, the silence of the house suddenly becoming predatory. It wasn't just a simple mistake. As I leaned closer, I discovered that a linen dish towel had been placed dangerously close to the pilot light, a deliberate attempt at arson disguised as senility. Someone had been in my house while I was at the repair shop, moving through my life with the clinical precision of a butcher. I threw open the kitchen window, letting the cold, damp November air rush in to clear the poison from the room. "You tried to burn the evidence, didn't you, Silas?" I whispered to the empty room. "Not tonight. Not on my watch." I stood there in the dark, my mind sharpening with a terrifying clarity that only comes when you realize the people you loved have become your executioners. At dawn, the headlights, Clear's throat, of a luxury SUV swept across the kitchen walls, cutting through the morning mist like searchlights. Silas Garrison, my 45-year-old eldest son, who had long ago traded farm work for the hollow promises of Silicon Forest startups, stood in the kitchen doorway, looking at me with a practiced, pitying concern. Behind him was Leon Ross, a 42-year-old hedge fund manager, whose designer heels clicked sharply against the farmhouse hardwood, She entered the room with a smile that never quite reached her cold amber eyes. Thud. Silas slammed a box of voodoo donuts onto the counter, a sound like a gavel in the silence. The cloying, sugary scent of glazed donuts immediately fought with the lingering trace of gas. Silas stepped toward me, his voice dripping with a saccharine sweetness that made my skin crawl. He told me they were so worried after I didn't answer my phone last night. But I saw his eyes immediately dart toward the stove, checking for the results of his handiwork. "Good morning, Thane." Leone chirped, her voice as sharp as her jewelry. "You smell a bit like gas, dear. Are you sure you're feeling all right? How do you fight an enemy that smiles while they're digging your professional grave?" I sat at the kitchen table feeling trapped in my own home. Leone accidentally found a charred cloth near the stove that I knew wasn't there minutes ago. She sighed with a practiced clinical sympathy, exchanging a dark look with my son. "Silas, look at this," she said, her voice dropping to a theatrical whisper. "The burner was left on again." My son leaned in his forehead, slick with sweat, despite the morning chill. He told me they couldn't keep living in fear that the house would go up in flames while I was sleeping. I watched them work in tandem, a perfectly choreographed performance of concern designed to strip me of my land and my life. Leone reached into her designer handbag and pulled out a glossy brochure for Riverside, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Thane, we've already paid the deposit. It's for your own safety." She revealed she had already made an appointment with a specialist for me, and it was scheduled for that very afternoon. I looked from the brochure to Silas's sweating forehead, realizing that the only way to beat a shark is to make it think you're already bait. I stared at the glossy photos of smiling seniors in the brochure, making my hands tremble just enough to satisfy the two predators sitting at my breakfast table. The slick chemical texture of the paper felt like a warning against my skin. But I kept my gaze down, projecting a hollowed-out version of myself. I put on the performance of a lifetime, feigning confusion as I traced a finger over the image of a manicured courtyard. "Is this near the farm, Leone?" I asked, my voice thin and cracking at the edges. "My hazelnuts will be ready soon, and I need to be here for the harvest." "It's nearby, Thane." She cooed, her cloying perfume hanging in the air like a heavy shroud. "But you don't need to worry about the trees anymore. Silas will handle that burden for you." I watched her body language from beneath my brow. She leaned in with a predatory grace, describing the amenities of the lockdown facility as if she were pitching a luxury spa. In reality, she was describing my prison cell, a place where doors only opened with a code I wouldn't be given. Silas nodded along his eyes, darting toward the hallway where I'd left my coat earlier. Screech. Leone's chair scraped against the floor, a sound that felt like a knife on bone signaling a shift in the air. Thinking they had successfully broken my spirit, the two of them began talking as if I had already faded into the wallpaper. They discussed the neighboring interests, and my ears caught the sharp mention of a state permit deadline for the energy company. Silas whispered about the land title, insisting they needed the power of attorney signed today to close the deal by Friday. I learned then that Leone wasn't just aiming for a quick sale of my life. She had a side deal with the drilling company to bypass environmental checks once I was declared legally incompetent. "He's too tired to fight us, Silas," she murmured, her voice stripped of its fake warmth. "Just look at him." Their kindness was a velvet shroud, soft to the touch, but designed to suffocate every right I had to this soil. As they prepared to leave, Silas made a show of helping me tidy the kitchen, but I saw his hand dip into the small ceramic bowl by the door. I heard the faint rattle of the brass key to the external storage shed as it disappeared into his pocket. "We'll see you tomorrow, Dad," he said, patting my shoulder with a hand that felt leaden. "Rest up. You look confused." I forced a vacant smile, whispering that I'd be right here and that I wasn't going anywhere. Once their SUV crunched over the driveway gravel and disappeared from view, the mask dropped. I felt a surge of cold adrenaline as I raced toward the study to verify my defenses. I opened the bottom drawer of the desk, where I'd tucked my documents, only to find a hollow sound echoing in the empty space. My passport was gone, stolen by my own son to ensure I couldn't flee before the Monday admission. My breath hitched as I realized the theft went deeper. I reached behind the loose panel where I'd hidden the e-reader, but my fingers met nothing but cold, empty air. I didn't let the panic take me. I took a deep breath, scanning the room for the one thing they couldn't have known I possessed. My fingers clawed at the underside of the desk, meeting only cold, empty air, where the device my only connection to Jessica's truth should have been. My heart hammered against my ribs, a dull thud, in the oppressive silence of the study. Then I remembered. I had deliberately left a cheap, broken tablet from the junk drawer out in plain sight as a decoy. The vultures were too efficient for their own good. They had snatched the shiny glass bait and missed the real e-reader taped securely behind the heavy oak bookshelf. I retrieved the actual device with trembling hands, feeling a small, sharp surge of victory over my own flesh and blood. Silas never did pay attention to the details, always looking for the quickest score. I whispered to the shadows that I still had her, that I was still listening. To ensure no hidden microphones captured my reaction, I retreated to my soundproofed basement workshop. The air down there smelled of damp earth and old grease, a familiar, honest scent that Leone's perfume couldn't reach. I sat at my rough, unfinished cedar workbench, the cold sweat dripping down my spine as I activated File 2. The recording was high quality, likely captured while Leone and Silas were walking through the hazelnut orchard, unaware that Jessica had left her device in a garden basket nearby. Leone's voice had a high-pitched metallic whine that set my teeth on edge. She spoke of the fracking potential of my eastern 50 acres, claiming the sale would cover her firm's recent embezzlement scandal. I had to stop the recording. My stomach lurched, the taste of Leone's pastries turning to ash in my mouth. I leaned over the workbench, the wood grain blurring before my eyes. How much is a father worth in the eyes of a son who only sees dollar signs in a sunset? I forced myself to press play again. Silas sounded pathetic, a small man begging for a larger cut to settle his gambling markers. Leone brushed him off, stating that once the old man was safely at Riverside, they would sign the easement. She noted that the energy company wouldn't care about the incidents that led to my admission. Silas asked if I was really that confused, or if they were just making sure I was. The recording revealed a brutal timeline. They had exactly 5 days until the state's natural gas auction. Leone mentioned that the supplements were just the first phase. Riverside was where they would finish the job by ensuring my heart gave out under the stress of what they called dementia-related agitation. I stared at the concrete wall of the basement, the e-reader's glowing blue light, the only thing visible in the dark. "He's 70, Silas," she said, her voice devoid of any human warmth. "Men his age have strokes every day. It's expected. I sat there in the gloom, realizing my son wasn't just stealing the land I had spent 40 years tending. He was participating in my execution. I'm not going to be a house that's cleared Leon, I thought with a cold, murderous resolve. I'm the one who planted these trees. The file ended with the sound of a third voice entering the conversation on the recording, a voice I recognized instantly, and one that made the e-reader slip from my numb fingers. The basement was silent, but my mind was screaming. The third voice shouldn't have been there. The voice of my own son was a knife, but the third voice on that recording was the whetstone that sharpened it. The dry, clinical tone of Arthur Vance, our family's longtime financial advisor. For 30 years, I had trusted that man with the fruits of my labor, every harvest and every investment. Now, hearing him discuss the asset liquidation of my life with Leon felt like a physical violation. I sat in the darkness of the workshop, replaying those whispered words. They weren't just planning a sale. They were dismantling the structure of my very existence. I realized then that the conspiracy wasn't limited to a rotted branch of my family tree. It was the entire orchard. Fearing the farmhouse was bugged, I didn't dare turn on the lights. I packed a small bag with a few essentials and the precious e-reader, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I couldn't risk the front gate cameras. I slipped out through the back, my boots sinking into the familiar hazelnut soil as I navigated the groves in the pre-dawn shadows. "Not you, Arthur," I whispered to the cold wind. "Not after all we built together." I reached my truck parked hidden near the old barn and began the long paranoid drive to Portland. I arrived at the 8th floor offices of Alaric Benedict, looking like a man who had crawled out of a shipwreck, the grit of the orchard still clinging to my heels. Alaric Benedict, a 65-year-old attorney with a silver-maned head and a reputation for being the most ethical shark in the Portland legal waters, stood as I entered. He didn't ask questions. He simply ushered me into his sanctuary of old leather and high-end espresso. Silence. The Portland traffic hummed 8 stories below, but in that office the air was as thin as a vacuum as I played the first 3 minutes of File 2. I watched the blood drain from Alaric's face as Leon's sharp voice filled the room. "Alaric," I said, my own voice trembling with suppressed rage. "They aren't waiting for me to die. They're making sure I do." He took a long, slow breath and told me we were going to look at everything Jessica left behind. He pulled up a recent filing from the county clerk's digital portal, something I hadn't even known existed. My eyes burned as I stared at the clinical blue light of his monitor. He showed me a restated will dated only 2 weeks before Jessica's death. The signature was a masterpiece, but I knew it was a lie. How many times had I shaken that boy's hand? While he held a forged dagger behind his back, Jessica had developed a slight tremor from her Parkinson's, a detail the forger had missed by making the pen strokes too steady. This document granted Silas immediate power of attorney and ownership of the farm the second I was deemed incapacitated. Alaric's pen scratched against a legal pad, a sound like teeth grinding in the quiet office. He told me the courts didn't know it was a fake yet, but there was more. Silas hadn't just forged a will. He had already used it as collateral to secure a massive bridge loan against the farm's equity. Alaric leaned back, his eyes dark with a new, terrifying realization. "Thane," he said, his voice dropping. "If they've already taken the loan, they don't just need you in Riverside. They need you gone before the first payment is due. The implications of Alaric's words hit me harder than the revelation of the forgery itself. The drive back to the Willamette Valley felt like descending into a grave I had helped dig, with my own silence, my old truck rattling through the evening fog that clung to the hazelnut trees like a shroud. I arrived home at dusk, and the farmhouse looked like a hollow rib cage against the gray Oregon sky stripped of the warmth Jessica used to provide. I didn't enter through the kitchen. I couldn't bear to see the stove where they had tried to stage my final lapse into senility. Instead, I bypassed the main floor entirely and retreated to the soundproofed basement workshop. The air down there was thick with the smell of damp concrete and motor oil, a familiar, honest scent that usually offered me peace. Today it only felt cold. My hands were shaking as I navigated the e-reader's interface, my fingers clumsy against the cold glass. "I'm still here, Jessica," I whispered to the shadows. "I'm still listening. They won't take the land, not while I'm still breathing. Leone isn't just paying for high-end care at Riverside. She's paying Linda, the head nurse, a direct 15% kickback of the fracking millions to facilitate a medical erasure of my very existence." I played File 3, a surreptitious recording of a phone call Leone made from our very porch while I was likely napping. The clinical sharp tone of Linda's voice on the recording made my skin crawl as she haggled over the price of my mind. "I need him under." Linda Leone's voice cut through the static with a chilling lack of emotion. "Heavy sedation for the agitation he'll surely show when the gates close." Thump. A branch hit the basement window, sounding like a hand trying to claw its way into my sanctuary. I nearly dropped the device, my heart hammer striking my ribs. "For 15%. Linda replied, her greed audible even through the low bit rate audio. "I'll make sure he doesn't remember his own name, let alone a hazelnut tree. How much does a human soul weigh when it's being traded for drilling rights in a Portland boardroom?" The audio continued as Leone confirmed the move-in date for Monday morning. She mentioned that the first bridge loan payment was due on the 15th, and she needed me medically incapacitated by then to finalize the deed transfer without a fight. Staring at the gray concrete wall, I realized that Riverside wasn't a nursing home. It was a processing center for my disappearance. Monday was the point of no return. I have spent 70 years building a life tending this soil only to have my own blood treat me like a nuisance to be erased for a ledger entry. In the background of the audio, I heard a rhythmic, repetitive scratching. It was the sound of a pen on paper. I realized with a jolt of horror that Silas was right there with her, practicing my signature over and over again, perfecting the forgery for the final transfer papers. I closed the e-readers, my mind racing through the 3 days I had left to live before the chemical fog claimed me. Suddenly, the silence of the basement was shattered. I heard the heavy, familiar tread of boots on the floorboards directly above my head, a vibration that rattled the tools on my workbench. Someone was in the house. I pressed my back against the cold concrete wall, the e-reader clutched to my chest as the basement door groaned open and a sliver of light cut through the darkness like a searchlight in a prison yard. The heavy, familiar tread of boots on the floorboards above had been a warning. Now the rhythmic creak of the stairs told me the predator was descending into my sanctuary. I remained motionless, a shadow among shadows, as Silas entered the workshop. He didn't turn on the overhead lights, preferring the narrow yellow beam of a high-powered flashlight that danced over my cedar workbenches and tool racks. I realized then that my son wasn't just checking to see if I was home. He was hunting. "Where did you put it, you old fool?" He muttered, his voice thick with a greedy desperation that made my skin crawl. He tossed a stack of old blueprints aside, clearly searching for the e-reader he thought he'd already secured with Leone. The realization that they knew Clear's throat, Jessica had been documenting them, and that they were terrified of what she'd left behind, crystallized the last of my hesitation into a cold, hard diamond of resolve. Silas eventually kicked a wooden stool in frustration, grumbling that it wouldn't matter what I remembered in 2 more days anyway. As he retreated back up the stairs and the door clicked shut, the silence that returned was different. It was no longer the silence of a victim, but the quiet of a man preparing for a long overdue harvest. Have you ever walked into a lion's den because it was the only place you could find a spear? I returned to my workbench, the e-reader's blue glow illuminating my calloused hands as I replayed a specific fragment of Jessica's recordings. She had mentioned a master key hidden within Riverside's digital patient logs, evidence of the bribery and the lethal sedation protocols that Linda had used on others. I understood now that I couldn't win this fight by running to Portland again. To get the proof needed for a murder charge, I had to be inside the belly of the beast. "You want me in a cage, Silas, fine, but I'm bringing the key with me. I'm coming for you, Linda." I spent the remaining hours of the night in a fever of tactical preparation. I used my finest watchmaking tools to gut an old hearing aid, retrofitting the casing with a high-sensitivity digital recorder. My rage was a whetstone, and I was sharpening myself into a blade they would never see coming. I packed my suitcase with the deliberate clumsiness of the man they wanted me to be, mismatched. Wool socks, tattered old photos of the orchard, and a stained cardigan. Hidden in the lining, however, were the tools of my new trade. As the gray, cold light of an Oregon dawn began to bleed through the bedroom window, I stood before the mirror and practiced the vacant, wandering stare of a man whose mind was a sieve. "Look at me, Jessica. I'm the best actor this valley has ever seen. Monday is the end of the line for all of us." I picked up the phone, my fingers steady even as I forced my voice to shake with a scripted frailty. I called Silas, and when he answered, I let the silence hang for a moment before speaking. "Son," I said, sounding like a man lost in his own hallway, "I think I'm ready to go to Riverside now." Silas's voice over the phone had been a mixture of surprise and greedy relief when I told him I was ready for Riverside. I hung up the silence of the kitchen, pressing in on me, but it didn't last. The phone didn't just ring, it shrieked against the kitchen tile, the caller ID flashing with a name that made my heart stutter. Dr. Briar Garrison. I stared at the vibrating device, a tightening in my chest, mirroring the gray light of the morning filtering through the window. Briar was my middle child, a 40-year-old pediatric cardiologist who wore her exhaustion like a second skin. When I answered, her voice was a masterclass in professional distance, the hollow clinical tone she surely used in hospital wards. Dad Silas sent me some concerning notes. She began, bypassing any warmth. He mentioned neurological fluctuations and some troubling behavior with the stove. I gripped the edge of the counter, the smell of cold, stale coffee from the morning before rising to meet me. "I'm just tired, Briar," I said, forcing a weary rasp into my throat. "This big house, it gets quiet." My mind raced as I realized the depth of the trap. Silas hadn't just been gaslighting me, he'd been sending Briar medical journals and forged logs of my supposed lapses for weeks. He was building a clinical case using my daughter's own expertise to legitimize my incarceration. She started using medical jargon, executive function, cognitive units, neurological decline, that made me feel like a specimen under a microscope rather than a father. How do you tell your own daughter that the brother she grew up with is counting the minutes until his father's heart stops? I had to decide in seconds whether to scream the truth or lead her to it. I chose the latter. Silas is very thorough, isn't he? I mused, letting a bit of bitterness bleed through the act. He always was good at organizing things. Her voice was a scalpel sharp and sterile, cutting through the memories of the little girl who used to follow me through the orchards. She told me Silas was worried about my safety and that Riverside had a top-tier unit. It was a diagnostic trap set by one sibling and sprung by the other's misplaced sense of duty. I dropped the vacant act just enough to sound lucid, even a bit desperate. "Briar, come to the farm tomorrow morning," I urged. "Just you. No Silas, no Leone. I found something of your mother's, something only you would understand." I could sense her hesitation, the doctor clashing with the daughter, who still remembered the smell of the hazelnut harvests. She went silent for a moment, and I could hear the clinical mask crack as she whispered, "Dad, Silas said you were dangerous. Are you?" I closed my eyes, the weight of the e-reader in my pocket feeling heavier than the house itself. Briar then admitted something that turned my blood cold. Silas had already asked her to sign a medical affidavit supporting my involuntary commitment. He wanted the legal shackles locked before I even reached the facility gates. "I'll be there, Dad." She finally said, her voice small. "Tomorrow morning." I hung up the phone, my hand shaking, and looked out at the hazelnut trees, knowing I only had 24 hours to prove I wasn't the monster Silas had described. I adjusted my hearing aid, the one that wasn't for hearing at all, as the heavy magnetic locks of Riverside Memory Care clicked behind me with a sound like a prison gate closing on a life sentence. The lobby was sun-drenched and pristine, smelling of lemon bleach and floor wax, an artificial paradise designed to soothe the guilt of the living. Silas stood beside me, his impatient greed radiating off him like heat from a wood stove. We were met by Linda, the 55-year-old head nurse, with a smile as sharp as a scalpel and a voice that sounded like silk rubbing against sandpaper. She performed a saccharine welcome, treating me with the patronizing softness one might use on a 5-year-old. I noticed the contrast immediately between her practiced warmth and the clinical coldness in her eyes. Silas told her that I had been having a lot of spells lately, and that it was best to start the stabilization protocol immediately. Linda revealed then that she wasn't just a dedicated nurse. She mentioned her direct financial interest in the drilling company through a shell corporation, effectively making her a primary stakeholder in my disappearance. She spoke of safety protocols that were nothing more than restrictions on my autonomy. I felt the weight of the hidden recorder in my ear, catching every word. Linda led us into the locked memory wing, a world of white walls, and the unnerving soft hum of the building's ventilation. The artificial brightness of the fluorescent lights made the hollow, vacant stares of the patients in the hallway look even more tragic. They were staring at nothing, their spirits clearly dampened by chemical restraints. Drip. A patient in the hallway spilled a cup of water, and the sound echoed like a gunshot in the sterile silence. My skin crawled as I watched a woman reach out for a hand that wasn't there. Linda openly discussed my agitated nature with Silas, explaining that they use a very specific cocktail for patients with my level of resistance. Silas asked if it was safe, adding that he needed me to be able to sign a few things before I settled in. His voice lacked even a shred of the son I had raised. How many lives had been traded for dividends in this shiny carpeted mausoleum? We entered my designated room, a beautiful cage with bolted-down furniture and a window that only opened an inch. Linda slipped a business card to Silas with a handwritten note about the extra service fee they had discussed. She told him she would have the papers ready for Monday and to just make sure the consultant fee cleared first. She looked at me and said it was a lovely view and that I would never want to leave. I realized then that I'd captured enough audio of their conspiracy to burn this entire place down. But a new horror struck me. As we passed the on-site pharmacy, I saw the order for my stabilization cocktail being prepared. It was specifically designed to mimic the stroke symptoms that killed Jessica, a chemical execution waiting for me in a small plastic cup. As we walked back to the car, Silas patted my shoulder, his hand feeling like a slab of cold meat. He told me that Monday was going to be the start of a whole new life for me. The interior of Silas's Lexus smelled like leather and lies as we pulled away from the curb. I slumped against the cold leather headrest in the back seat, letting my jaw hang slack and my breathing go shallow, transforming myself into the harmless, empty vessel they wanted me to be. To them, I was already a ghost, a remnant of a man whose only remaining utility was a signature. Silas steered the car onto Highway 99 West, the rhythmic thrum of tires on the interstate, creating a hypnotic pulse that masked the mechanical hum of my modified hearing aid. Believing I was out cold, Leone popped a piece of mint gum and leaned toward the driver's seat. She laughed a sharp, brittle sound, noting that the facility had really taken the fight out of me. She revealed that she had been intercepting Briar's calls to the farm for weeks, ensuring that the only information our doctor-daughter received was a curated list of my supposed episodes. Silas gripped the steering wheel, the orange glow of the setting sun hitting the dashboard and reflecting in his eyes. He asked if Briar would really go through with it, and Leone assured him that if a cardiologist signed off on the symptoms, no court in Oregon would touch them. Honk. Silas tapped the horn at a stray deer, a sound that vibrated through my skull like a funeral bell, but I didn't flinch. I kept my performance flawless as Leone detailed the final logistics of the natural gas lease. The drilling equipment was already staged 3 miles away, waiting for the legal gates to open. She spoke of my Jessica with a casual cruelty, remarking that she should have sold nicely and wouldn't have had to suffer if she hadn't been so stubborn. I felt a surge of cold fury when Silas didn't defend his mother's memory. Instead, he agreed that the farm was a wasted legacy and that they were finally putting the soil to good use. "Do you ever feel bad about Mom, Silas?" asked his voice momentarily thin. Leone's reply was a whetstone for my rage. She said she felt bad that Jessica was so difficult. They were just finishing what she wouldn't start. How do you quantify the cost of a son's soul when it's being traded for a lease agreement? By the time we reached the farm, the sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving the house in a tomb of shadows. Silas helped me stumble into the entryway, his touch a sickening display of false care. Once the SUV's taillights faded down the driveway, I stood straight, the fatigue vanishing in the wake of tactical necessity. I pulled the recorder from my ear, my fingers trembling with a grim triumph. I connected the cold metallic click of the device to the e-reader's charging port and watched the blue light of the sync progress. I uploaded the entire car confession to the secure cloud drive Alaric had established, ensuring that even if I didn't survive the weekend, the truth was already out of their reach. I discovered through Leon's earlier whisper that the consultant fee Silas had mentioned was actually a bribe to the county coroner to ensure a full autopsy was never performed on my wife. "You just signed your own warrant, Silas," I thought, staring at the screen. I saw the blinking upload icon turn into a solid notification. Upload complete. I stared at the rectangle of light in the dark kitchen, realizing I still hadn't listened to the one file Jessica had labeled with only my name. The kitchen was a tomb of shadows, the only light coming from the glowing rectangle of the e-reader in my hand. I didn't stay there. I retreated to the soundproofed basement workshop, the one place where the air still felt honest, even if it was cold. The e-reader screen glowed like a radioactive ember in the basement's shadows, mocking me with the one file I had been too terrified to open, the one Jessica had titled The Pawn. I sat at my workbench, the flickering, dying fluorescent light overhead, casting jittery shadows across my tools. My hands shook as I navigated the interface. I found myself whispering to the empty room, pleading with the memory of my wife. "Please, Jessica, don't let it be him. I'm sorry I wasn't there to see the wolf in the fold." I was thinking of Beckett Garrison, the 35-year-old youngest child, whose eyes still carried the shaky light of early recovery. I recalled his history with addiction and the way Silas always acted as the hero who bailed him out. I finally pressed play. The audio opened with a static, heavy hiss, the background filled with the faint smell of diesel fuel and old hay, sounds from the farm's old tractor shed. I discovered quickly that Silas specifically targeted Beckett for a darknet purchase because Beckett's prior criminal record would make him the perfect fall guy if the poison was ever discovered. Silas's voice was low and predatory, reminding Beckett of the $10,000 in drug debts Silas had supposedly erased for him. Silas instructed a shaky-sounding Beckett to use his old darknet contacts to order herbal boosters for their mother. He framed it as a secret way to bypass my stubborn refusal to use modern medicine, weaponizing Beckett's desperate desire to help Jessica. Crack. I squeezed the e-reader so hard I thought the plastic would shatter along with my heart. "It's just an herbal supplement, Beck." Silas's low, confident voice vibrated through the speakers. "Dad's too old to understand. Do you want Mom to suffer?" "I don't know." Silas Beckett replied, his voice thick with the pathetic, desperate gratitude of a man who thought he was being saved. "Ordering stuff like that is how I got in trouble last time." The recording captured Silas handing him a prepaid crypto card and a list of specific vendors. He promised Beckett that this would square their debt and make him the family's savior. "You'll be a hero, Beck," Silas urged. "Now go home and order the blue supplement. Jessica needs it." My eyes stung with salt as I realized that Silas didn't just kill my wife. He used our brother's trauma as the murder weapon. How can a man share the same blood as a brother he's prepping for a prison cell? The final seconds of the recording were the most brutal. Silas mentioned the debt again, but his tone shifted when Beckett stepped away. In a muffled aside, Silas revealed that he didn't just bail Beckett out. He was secretly the one who had informed the police about Beckett's previous drug deal to create that debt in the first place. He had manufactured Beckett's ruin years ago just to have a tool ready for this moment. I turned off the device, the silence of the basement suddenly heavier than the earth above it, and realized there was one person I had to find before Briar arrived in the morning. Silas hadn't just stolen a life. He had tried to bury two sons under the weight of his own greed. I didn't wait for dawn. I climbed the basement stairs, my legs heavy but my path clear. The house was silent, yet every floorboard seemed to scream with the betrayal I had just heard. I stood on the porch, the dawn light bleeding over the hazelnut trees like a bruised ego, watching the silver SUV of my daughter, the one with the stethoscope and the clinical coldness, climb the long gravel driveway. Briar arrived at the farm with a rhythmic crunch of gravel that sounded like a countdown. She stepped out of the vehicle, wearing her medical scrubs, the sterile scent of the hospital still clinging to her like a protective layer of armor. She didn't offer a hug. Instead, she greeted me with a lingering diagnostic gaze, checking my pupils and the steadiness of my gait as if I were a specimen in a lab. "You look tired, Dad," she said, her voice stripped of daughterly warmth. "Silas said your coordination was off yesterday." I leaned against the porch railing, feeling the damp morning mist on my neck. "Silas says a lot of things, Briar. Come inside. The coffee is fresh." As we walked through the door, she revealed she hadn't just come to check on my health. She reached into her bag and pulled out commitment papers that Silas had already pre-signed, intending to force me into Riverside today if I showed even a flicker of instability. The clinical precision of the ambush made my stomach turn. I led her into the kitchen, the air thick with the smell of high-octane espresso I had brewed to keep my hands from shaking. I refused to engage in her memory tests or the practiced medical small talk she used to maintain distance. Thump. Briar's medical bag hit the floor, the stethoscope clinking like chains in the sterile silence of the room. I maintained a stoic, almost unnerving silence that forced her to stop her interrogation. "I am not here to play Dr. Briar," I said, my voice low and authoritative. "I am here to be your father." I placed the e-reader and the heavy, cold, noise-canceling headphones on the scarred oak table. I gestured for her to sit in the very chair where Jessica used to record her logs. "Just listen," I commanded. "Don't speak until the files are done." She put on the headphones with a weary, skeptical sigh, her posture radiating the belief that she was humoring the ramblings of a grieving, confused mind. "How many years of medical training does it take to recognize the sound of your own mother accusing your brother of murder?" I watched her face closely as the first audio file started. I saw the exact moment her professional mask began to crack, the subtle, sudden widening of her eyes, when she heard Jessica's voice describing the specific lethal dosage of warfarin. "Wait, that's Mom," she whispered, her hand trembling as she reached for the volume. "Listen to the science, Briar," I told her. "You're the cardiologist." She looked toward the window, her eyes darting as if searching for an escape, but I knew I had an ally she didn't know about. I had Beckett watching the back of the house the entire time from the old barn, ensuring that Silas hadn't followed her to the farm to interrupt this moment. Briar's hand flew to her mouth, her face going a ghostly clinical white, as Jessica's voice on the recording whispered, "Briar, if you're hearing this, it's because Silas thinks you're as blind as your father." And the kitchen clock ticked like a countdown as I watched my daughter become a doctor again. But this time the patient was her own soul. I watched the clinical armor of my daughter shatter into 1,000 jagged pieces, the cardiologist replaced by a terrified child who had just heard her mother's death sentence narrated in her own voice. Briar ripped off the headphones, her hands shaking so violently she nearly knocked the cold coffee over. She began to hyperventilate, the sharp, stinging cold of the kitchen floor forgotten as her medical mind automatically cross-referenced Jessica's described symptoms. The bruising, the dizziness, the metallic taste with chronic warfarin toxicity. She realized then that Silas had been sending her altered blood work results from a private lab for months, masking the poison as a natural decline in health. "I missed it, Dad." She choked out her voice, a ragged, panicked whisper. I looked at the charts Silas gave me instead of looking at my own mother. High-dose warfarin, it mimics a hemorrhagic stroke perfectly. He knew exactly what he was doing. I sat in silence, letting the weight of her guilt settle before I showed her the forged will and the financial logs I had discovered with Alaric. Briar stared at the digital screen, the sight of the forged signature, illuminating the dark reality of our situation. She realized that Silas didn't just want the land. He wanted to erase everyone who could contest his right to it. She recalled the phone calls where Silas subtly steered her away from visiting, realizing now that it was a coordinated isolation campaign. Shatter. Briar's grip tightened until the ceramic mug in her hand developed a hairline fracture, a silent scream in the quiet room that mirrored the internal collapse of her world. The realization that her brother had used her medical license as a shield for his crime turned her grief into a cold, focused fury. "He used me, Dad." She said, her eyes now burning with a rising rage. "He used my title to keep you locked in his narrative. Silas didn't just kill her. He made us accomplices in his silence." I watched her transformation, the clinical mask replaced by a warrior's resolve. Can a house built on 40 years of love survive a flood of such absolute, calculated evil? I believed it could, provided we were willing to fight as dirty as the vultures circling us. Briar stood up, her medical bag gripped like a weapon. She agreed to join my countertrap, promising to use her status as a doctor to lead Silas into a false sense of security. We began planning the family meeting for Sunday night, where she would pretend to be the one enforcing the Riverside commitment. "I'm going to make him feel safe, Dad." She promised, her voice like strategic steel. "I'm going to be the doctor he expects." "We don't just stop them, Briar," I reminded her as a distant truck passed the house, vibrating with the omen of our task. "We destroy them." She revealed then that she had access to Silas's private medical portal and could see that he'd already been researching end-of-life care for me, confirming that Monday was intended to be my final sunset. Briar looked me dead in the eye, her medical bag gripped like a weapon. "He wants a doctor to sign those papers tomorrow, Dad. I'll give him exactly what he wants." The plan wasn't just about justice anymore. It was about survival. The farmhouse didn't just have walls anymore. It had eyes, tiny unblinking lenses hidden behind every family portrait and within the hollowed-out spines of Jessica's favorite books. At dusk, Alaric Benedict arrived with Corbin Mercer and a specialized tech team disguised as a plumbing crew. They moved through the halls with military precision, the metallic smell of wire strippers and solder soon mixing with the scent of old wood. I watched as Corbin opened a panel behind a picture of my wedding day, his fingers deftly threading a fiber optic camera into the drywall. I realized that the plumbing crew Alaric had hired was actually composed of off-duty state investigators, men whose presence ensured that the chain of custody for every pixel of digital evidence would remain unbroken. My sanctuary was being transformed into a high-stakes surveillance hub, a cold necessity that felt like peeling back my own skin. "Corbin," I whispered, watching the blue, ghostly glow of his laptop as he tested the feed. "Make sure the audio is clean." I need every rasp of Silas's greed captured. He nodded without looking up, assuring me that once they started talking, they were done. In the dining room, Briar was working with Alaric to rehearse her role. I stood in the doorway, observing my daughter's transformation into a double agent. She was practicing the clinical, detached tone of a doctor, resigning her father to state care. Her face a mask of professional resignation that made my heart ache. She helped place the microphones in the centerpiece, positioning them exactly where Silas and Leon were most likely to lean in when they spoke of their fracking millions. "I have to sound like I've given up on you, Dad," she said, her voice briefly cracking. "It's the only way he'll drop his guard." Red. A tiny LED light blinked from the smoke detector, the eye of the storm watching me from above. It was a silent witness to the shared burden we were now carrying, a professional resolve that felt as heavy as the house itself. With the team finally hidden away in the basement, I sat in the kitchen, the flickering shadows of the hazelnut trees dancing against the window. I picked up the phone, my fingers steady, even as I prepared to lie to my own flesh and blood. I called Silas, adopting the shaky, compliant voice of a man who had finally been broken by the weight of his own supposed mind. "Son, I think I'm ready," I said, letting a faint tremor seep into my words. "I don't want to be a burden anymore. I think Monday is the right choice." Silas didn't even hesitate. His voice over the line was a greedy, breathless laugh of relief. "That's the right choice, Dad," he replied. "Leon already has the papers ready. We'll be there Sunday at 6 o'clock. Have you ever invited your own executioners to dinner just to see the look on their faces when the rope breaks?" During the call, Silas mentioned almost casually that they'd already sold my old truck to a local wholesaler, proving they considered the farm transition a fait accompli. He didn't even think I'd need a way to leave anymore. I hung up the phone and looked at Briar, my voice returning to its true cold steel as the investigator in the basement signaled a successful recording. "They're coming," I told her, my eyes fixed on the driveway. "And they're bringing the devil with them." And the farmhouse was quiet once the team retreated to the basement, but the silence felt like a coiled spring. I made my way to my bedroom, moving slow, my footsteps heavy on the floorboards that had supported me for 42 years. The house felt like a hollowed-out skull, but in the quiet of my room, the scent of Jessica's lavender sachets still lingered, a ghostly reminder of the woman I was about to avenge. I sat on the edge of the bed we shared, feeling the softness of the worn quilt beneath my calloused palms. I avoided the downstairs where the investigators and Corbin were huddled around monitors. I needed a moment of genuine connection before the final performance began. I picked up the e-reader, my thumb hovering over the file labeled simply for Thane, my love. I discovered then that Jessica had known she was dying months before the stroke that eventually took her. She had spent that final season intentionally setting up this digital device as her final witness, knowing the vultures would ignore a simple tablet in favor of the larger assets. "One more time, Jessica," I whispered to the empty air. "Just let me hear you one more time. I'm not ready to say goodbye, but I am ready to fight." I pressed play, and her voice filled the room, soft, intimate, and stripped of the clinical distance found in the earlier surveillance logs. Unlike the grainy audio from the tractor shed, this recording was filled with a tragic, haunting beauty. She didn't talk about poison or deeds. She spoke about the morning mist in the orchards and the way I looked at her when we planted our first oak decades ago. Silence. The audio cut for a second, and for one terrifying heartbeat, I thought I'd lost her forever. But then her breath returned to the speaker. "Look for me in the trees." Thane, she said, her voice a warm, grainy texture that made my chest tighten. "Every time the wind moves the leaves, that's me telling you I'm proud. You were always the strong one. Don't let their lies make you feel small. How can a few megabytes of data carry the weight of a 42-year marriage?" I listened to her. "Give me permission to be the man she knew, the one who protects the truth even when the world is burning." The recording ended with a specific plea to save Beckett, whom she knew was being manipulated by Silas's cruelty. She told me that justice is a harvest that takes time, and that I had to be the one to gather it. I closed my eyes as the rhythmic ticking of the bedside clock marked the passage toward dawn. A cold, crystalline resolve settled in my chest, more potent than any grief. I realized I wasn't just a victim or a mole in this play. I was the keeper of her legacy, and tomorrow I would be the storm that cleared the valley. "I hear you, Jess," I said, the tears finally stopping. "I'll save our boy, and I'll bury the wolves." As I turned the device over in my hands, I noticed a slight seam I hadn't seen before. I discovered a physical map hidden inside the e-reader's protective case, a hand-drawn guide showing exactly where the surveillance equipment was focused in the orchard. I tucked the e-reader under my pillow, the blue light fading as the first hint of gray light touched the horizon. Throat. "Good morning, Silas," I whispered to the dark. "It's time to sign your life away." The morning of the reckoning arrived with a deceptive calm. I stood before the hallway mirror, deliberately buttoning my cardigan unevenly, watching a stranger with hollow eyes and a slack jaw stare back at me, a perfect, pathetic decoy. This scratchy wool was my costume, the mismatched buttons my armor. I moved to the kitchen and placed a half-eaten cold piece of toast on the counter. A small detail to simulate a mind that had forgotten its own breakfast. I even left my hair uncombed, letting the silver strands stand at jagged angles. I checked the hidden monitor tucked behind the boxes of cereal in the pantry, seeing Corbin's green light signal that the surveillance network was live and broadcasting every shadow to Alaric's remote server. I adjusted the device in my left ear, then reached for the one in my right. I had a second hearing aid now, one that didn't record, but instead allowed me to hear the tech team's live commentary from the basement. It was my direct line to the men who would eventually become Silas's jailers. "They want a victim," I whispered to my reflection. "I'll give them a masterpiece." Checkmate starts with a pawn's first move. I walked through the living room, touching the grain of the furniture and the edges of the frames Jessica had loved. I stopped at her favorite armchair, the one where she spent her afternoons reading, until the tremor in her hand became too much. A sudden warm draft brushed against my cheek, a ghostly warm sensation of her presence, giving me the strength to endure the coming humiliation. It was as if she were standing right there, leaning in to offer a blessing before the storm broke. "I'm doing this for our boy, Jess." I thought, my heart swelling with a poignant resolve. "For the land, stay close. I'm going to need you when the yelling starts." Every "I don't remember" I was about to utter today would be a nail in Silas's legal coffin, a necessary lie to bring about a greater truth. Crunch. The sound of tires on gravel was the firing of the starter's pistol. The low rumble of an engine vibrated through the old floorboards, shaking the very foundation of my home. I quickly moved to the kitchen table, slumping my shoulders and letting my gaze drift toward the window, purposely out of focus. Through the security feed on my phone, which I tucked beneath a folded newspaper, I watched Silas's Lexus pull into the yard, followed closely by Leon's sleek SUV. They looked like people of business, sharp and efficient, never realizing they were walking into a cage. How many times had I welcomed that son home with a hug, never realizing I was embracing a snake? I felt a lethal focus sharpen my mind, even as I kept my face as blank as unwritten paper. Here come the wolves. Time to open the door. As I watched the cars stop, I noticed a third vehicle trailing the vultures, a nondescript white van that hadn't been part of the plan. I realized with a jolt of ice in my veins that it was Nurse Linda arriving early to ensure the sedation protocol started before Breyer could even intervene. They weren't just coming for a signature, they were coming to put me under. The doorbell chimed to cheerful domestic sound that felt like a death knell, and I took one last deep breath of the man I used to be before I stood up to play the fool. The front door swung open, and the smell of Leon's cloying perfume flooded the entryway like a chemical spill. I pulled the door open, my posture slumping into the fragile frame of a broken man, as the evening chill rushed in to meet the two wolves standing on my welcome mat. Silas stepped forward first, offering a shallow, performative hug that felt like being measured for a casket. "You look well, Dad," he said, his voice dripping with a practiced pity that made my skin crawl. "A bit disoriented, but that's why we're here." Leon stood just behind him, her eyes immediately scanning the foyer for any sign of the e-reader they thought they had secured. Beyond them in the growing shadows of the driveway, I noticed a third vehicle, a nondescript white van. It confirmed that Nurse Linda had arrived early, a silent vulture waiting to facilitate my abduction the moment the ink dried. "I just wanted to see my children," I whispered, letting my gaze wander aimlessly. The trees. They were talking so loud today. I discovered quickly that Silas hadn't come alone. He had a private notary waiting in his car, ready to make my signature legally binding before the first course was even served. I led them into the dining room where Breyer was already seated, her face a mask of clinical detachment that mirrored the sterile brightness of the chandelier overhead. Silas was visibly agitated, checking his watch every few minutes and sweating through the collar of his expensive dress shirt. Clack! Leon's briefcase latches snapped open, a sound like a predator's teeth meeting in the quiet room. She assumed the role of the savior, speaking in a soothing, manipulative tone about how much easier my life would be once I signed away my burdens. "It's a beautiful facility, Thane," she cooed, sliding a leather-bound folder onto the table among the plates of untouched food. "You'll have all the care Jessica would have wanted for you. Breyer agrees that we need to move fast." I watched a moth flicker against the glass crystals above us, its shadow dancing over the signature lines. How many times can a man watch his own son try to bury him before he stops feeling the pain of the shovel? Silas cleared a space on the table with an aggressive sweep of his hand, flipping to the power of attorney and the Riverside admission pages. He accidentally revealed then that he had already promised the upcoming hazelnut harvest to a wholesale buyer in Salem, proving he was liquidating the farm's future before I had even touched the pen. "Just sign here, Dad," Silas urged, his hand visibly shaking with a mixture of greed and nerves. "Then we can eat. Then everything goes back to being simple." I stared at the lines, pretending to struggle with the concept of the pen. Where do I put the ink? I asked, my voice thin and trembling. My hand feels so heavy today. Silas leaned in, his wet, heavy breathing, sounding like a predator closing in on a wounded animal. I picked up the heavy fountain pen, the cold, tactile weight of it anchoring me to the reality of the trap. My nib hovered just millimeters above the line that would strip me of my life, when a sharp electronic chirp sounded from my pocket, the signal from Corbin in the basement that the recording was live above, and the trap was fully set. The pen clattered onto the table like a bone on a drum, and as I straightened my spine, the vacant fog in my eyes vanished, replaced by a cold, predatory clarity that made Silas recoil. I reached into my pocket and pressed a button on the remote, activating the whole house speaker system Corbin had wired just hours before. The room didn't just fill with sound, it was haunted. Jessica's voice, clear and accusing, poured from the dining room speakers, detailing the specific night she watched Silas swap her blood thinners for high-dose poison. The vultures froze mid-celebration, their faces draining of color as they realized the confused old man they'd come to bury was actually a Trojan horse. "I'm not signing anything, Silas," I said, my voice steady and lethal, "but your mother has a few things to say to you." Silas lunged for the folder, but I slammed my hand down on it first. I discovered then that I was broadcasting every gasp of their panic live to Alaric's office, where a court reporter and 2 state investigators were recording every word as a formal deposition. Silas screamed at me to turn it off, claiming it was some kind of sick joke, but his eyes were wide with a terrifying realization. I switched the feed to the recording from the Lexus. The high-pitched distortion of the speakers didn't hide the sound of their laughter as they discussed manipulating Briar and stripping the land. Briar stood up her chair, screeching against the hardwood, her eyes blazing with a fury that finally silenced Silas. "You used my medical license to kill our mother." She whispered the words, hitting Silas like physical blows. "Stop." The music in Silas's head stopped, replaced by the sound of his own death warrant as the recording continued. "It's not what it sounds like." Silas stammered, looking at the ceiling as if the speakers were judge and jury. "Before I let you hear the conversation that ties this all together, are you still with me? Comment. Guilty or innocent, and add one reason why, so I can see how you're judging this family. Please note what follows contains recreated details for narrative purposes to convey the core message. If you're not comfortable with dramatized details, you're free to exit now. The recording shifted to Leone's secret negotiation with Nurse Linda. Leone offered a 15% stake in the fracking rights if Linda ensured I was erased through medical compliance. In that moment, the actual Nurse Linda stepped into the dining room doorway from the kitchen, holding a tray of tea that she promptly dropped. The sound of ceramic shattering joined the mechanical whine of the audio. Linda didn't wait for an accusation. She immediately turned on Leone, and screaming that she had been forced into the deal and that Leone had told her I was already terminal. "Shut up." Linda Leone hissed, her face a mask of jagged sociopathic rage. "Have you ever seen a sociopath realize they've been the one being played?" Linda revealed that she had a recording of her own Leone handing her the initial cash bribe. The smell of fierce sweat and cold gravy hung heavy in the air as the 2 women began a frantic blame game. Leone lunged across the table, her fingernails clawing for my throat, her eyes reflecting the blinding flash of the chandelier. Just as she moved, the sound of heavy boots shattered the front door's frame, and the wood splintered inward as the world I had known finally collapsed to make room for the truth. The dining room exploded into a kaleidoscope of blue and red light as the first officers breached the sanctuary. The air didn't just vibrate, it shattered as the front door gave way and the focused beams of tactical flashlights cut through the expensive candlelight like surgical lasers. Leone was mid-lunge, her fingers still clawing for my throat, when a broad-shouldered officer intercepted her. He pinned her against the mahogany table with a jarring thud while she screamed obscenities about asset interference and legal overreach. Silas remained frozen in his chair, his face a pale, sweating mask of shock. The metallic snap of handcuffs echoed through the hollow silence of the farmhouse, a sound far more final than any spoken word. As Leone Ross was informed she was under arrest for conspiracy to commit murder, she spit at the boots of the men restraining her, her sociopathic mask fully discarded. The chaos of the arrests provided a stark, ugly contrast to the calm, digital voice of Jessica, still looping in the background, a ghost witnessing the fall of the house she had once loved. I stood perfectly still, watching the predators become prey, feeling a heavy sense of vindication that felt more like lead than gold in my chest. The lead detective, a man with eyes like flint and a jaw set in a permanent scowl, began reciting the Miranda rights to a weeping Silas and a stony-faced Linda. Stop. The loop of Jessica's voice finally hissed into static, leaving only the sound of Silas's sobbing. The sudden quiet was deafening. Silas collapsed to his knees, finally looking at me not as a victim, but as the man who had outplayed him at his own game. He began a frantic, incoherent confession right there on the rug, his words a muddy flood of cowardice. He claimed Leone's financial pressure had forced his hand, but as he spoke of every pill he had swapped in my wife's bottle, my disgust only deepened. You knew exactly what you were doing every time you opened that bottle, Silas. I said, my voice as cold as the Oregon soil. In a final desperate act of spite, he revealed that he never actually paid the Riverside deposit. He had spent that money on a one-way ticket to a non-extradition country, planning to leave me to rot in a state ward once the deed was transferred. The handcuffs didn't just bind their wrists, they severed the last rotted threads of the family tree. The police led the three of them out into the cold Oregon night, the smell of ozone and damp earth rushing in through the ruined doorway. I stood on the porch, feeling Breyer's trembling hand on my arm, watching the rhythmic pulse of police lights bounce off the ancient oak trees. One of the arresting officers paused as he passed me, his eyes softening for a brief second. I discovered then that he was the son of the pharmacist Jessica had visited in secret, revealing that the local community had been protecting me from the shadows all along. It's over, Dad Breyer whispered, her breath hitching in the cold, biting wind of the valley. They're gone. I looked down the long gravel drive as the taillights disappeared. No Breyer. I replied, my hand tightening on her shoulder. Now the real work begins. I turned back toward the house, but as the last police cruiser turned onto the main road, I saw a lone figure sitting on the edge of the hazelnut grove, and my heart nearly stopped again. The figure in the shadows didn't move as I approached his silhouette, small against the massive weight of the orchard. I didn't call out to him. I simply walked my boots heavy in the damp Oregon soil toward the trembling shadow of the son I had almost let the wolves devour. The air smelled of damp moss and rotted leaves, the scent of a season turning cold and unforgiving. As I got closer, I found Beckett huddled at the base of an ancient hazelnut tree, clutching his knees and weeping with a primal, gut-wrenching intensity. When he saw me, he tried to scramble away, his movements frantic and uncoordinated. I noticed then that his skin was clammy, his hands shaking with a tremor that wasn't just fear. I realized with a sudden sharp pang that he had been trying to test those supplements himself, exhibiting the same mild poisoning symptoms Silas had likely dismissed as a simple withdrawal from his old addiction. "Don't touch me, Dad," Beckett wailed, his voice cracking. "I'm the one who bought it. I killed her." I reached out and physically restrained him, pulling him into an embrace, not with anger, but with the desperate strength of a father refusing to let the darkness win. "You didn't buy poison, Beckett," I whispered into his hair. "You bought a lie. Look at me." I led my nearly catatonic son back toward the farmhouse, bypassing the dining room where the cloying scent of Leone's perfume still lingered like a stain on the air. I settled him into the study, the very room where Silas had sat comfortably while practicing his forgeries. Quiet. The only sound in the farmhouse was the rhythmic, hollow ticking of the grandfather clock, measuring out the ruins of our family. Beckett began to stammer out the details of the darknet orders, his voice barely a whisper. He told me how Silas had convinced him it would give Jessica energy, that I was too stubborn to save her myself. Every blue supplement he had lovingly handed to his mother had been a bullet Silas had put in the chamber. "He used your love for her as a murder weapon, Beck," I told him, my voice thick with a protective fury. "That's on him, not you. How do you mend a boy who has been forged into a blade meant for his own mother's heart?" Alaric Benedict entered the study, then his professional armor softening as he looked at my broken youngest child. He immediately asserted legal privilege, his flinty eyes promising a different kind of justice. Alaric explained that we needed to document every crypto transfer and every text to ensure Silas and Leone never saw the sun as free people again. He set a digital recorder on the desk, its low rhythmic hum a steady pulse in the room. I noticed the flickering shadow of hazelnut branches against the study window, looking like reaching fingers. Alaric revealed one final piece of evidence he'd found. Silas had opened a hidden offshore account in Beckett's name. It was a final insurance policy designed to frame his own brother for the entire financial fraud if the murder ever came to light. The bitter taste of iron filled my mouth as I looked at my son. "I'll tell you everything," Beckett whispered, his eyes bloodshot and haunted. "Just don't let them come back here." He looked up at me, then his face pale in the lamplight. "Dad, there's a second package. It's already in the house." The word package hit me like a physical blow, sending my gaze darting around the study for any sign of a hidden threat. I tore the family photos from the mantel, my heart hammering against my ribs, looking for the poison my son said was already waiting to finish what Silas had started. Beckett sat slumped in the wingback chair, his voice a hollow rasp as he pointed toward the corner of the room. He told me that Silas had instructed him to hide a second delivery in case I got difficult before the Monday move. I approached the grandfather clock, its rhythmic heavy tick sounding like a countdown to a funeral I wasn't ready to attend. My fingers searched the dark mahogany housing until they caught on something smooth. I pulled away a small vacuum-sealed pouch taped inside the casing. I discovered then that this wasn't another slow-acting supplement. It was a high-concentration liquid warfarin, a lethal kill shot intended for my very first night at Riverside to ensure my death looked like a natural secondary stroke. I handed the pouch to Alaric, the clinical crinkle of his evidence gloves sounding unnervingly loud in the quiet room. "This isn't just a chemical, Alaric," I said, the taste of stale coffee and bitter regret coating my tongue. "It is a signature on my death warrant." Alaric nodded solemnly, his professional mask tightening as he secured the physical link to Silas's darknet activities. Buzz. Alaric's phone vibrated on the oak table, the sound of a guillotine blade sliding into place. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, but the world of high-stakes law never sleeps. He had used his high-level contacts to bypass the local sheriff, reaching the state attorney general directly. Alaric had transmitted the car recordings and the crypto logs Beckett provided, and the response was immediate. The farmhouse was now designated a secondary crime scene, and the state was taking over the investigation to prevent any interference from Silas's business associates in the valley. I stood in the kitchen watching the blue official tint of a digital warrant manifest on Alaric's tablet. Breyer asked if this meant they finally believed us about Jessica, and Alaric simply looked at the screen with a grim satisfaction. The AG had seen more than enough. "How do you explain to the earth that you have to take back what you gave it just to prove of a crime?" As the sun began to rise over the hazelnut trees, the morning mist clinging to the windows like a shroud, the final order arrived. The state attorney general had formally ordered the immediate exhumation of Jessica's body. They needed the tissue proof to turn intent into a murder conviction. I stood by the window watching the gray light touch the orchards, realizing that justice required me to disturb the final rest of the woman I had loved for 40 years. "They need her." Thane Alaric said, his voice soft but firm. "The recordings show the plan, but her body holds the evidence." I took a deep breath, the smell of cold morning mist, and turned earth drifting through a cracked pane. "Wake her up, then," I whispered. "Tell her I'm finishing the harvest." Alaric revealed that the state AG's office had already been flagged by the McMinnville pharmacist weeks ago, proving a quiet net was being woven long before I ever stepped foot in Portland. The lead investigator stepped onto the porch, his eyes heavy with the weight of the warrant. "Mr. Garrison, the backhoe is at the cemetery. We need you to identify the site." The cemetery was a sea of gray stone and iron gates, the morning fog clinging to the ground like a shroud. I stood at the perimeter of the family plot, the soil of the Willamette Valley famous for giving life. But as the backhoe's metal teeth bit into the earth, it felt like the valley was vomiting up a secret it was never meant to hold. The smell of damp peat and hydraulic fluid hung heavy in the air, a mechanical intrusion into a place of sacred rest. I watched the excavator's rhythmic thud with a hollow chest flanked by Alaric and Breyer. My daughter's professional mask was back in place as she consulted with the lead investigator on medical markers, but I could see the tremor in her hands. Alaric tried to reassure me that they were being careful, but I told him careful was for the living. For Jessica, this was just another violation. I discovered then that the initial coroner's report had conveniently been lost in a local server crash months ago, a detail that confirmed Silas's influence over the county's digital infrastructure. It wasn't just a murder. It was a systemic deletion of the truth. I remained in a silent vigil until the vault was finally secured and loaded into a specialized state transport van. Bang! The van door slammed shut, echoing against the marble headstones like a closing cell door. The sound signaled the end of her piece and the beginning of a cold, forensic reckoning. The lead investigator informed me that the toxicology screen would be expedited, focused specifically on the chemical markers of warfarin found in the second package I'd retrieved from the clock. Every minute she was above ground felt like a minute Silas was still breathing free air, and that thought kept me standing despite the exhaustion. 24 hours later, I found myself in the sterile boardroom of the State Attorney General's office in Salem. The gray, unrelenting rain of a Tuesday beat against the glass, and the room smelled sharply of bleach and old paper. The medical examiner, a woman with tired eyes and a steady voice, delivered the verdict. Jessica's liver and bone marrow showed warfarin levels 40 times the therapeutic maximum. The stroke that had killed my wife was no accident. It was a catastrophic intentional bleed. How many CCS of poison does it take to erase 42 years of marriage? I watched the examiner's hand move with a slow, deliberate grace as she signed the updated death certificate. The rasp of the pen on that thick official document was the most beautiful sound I'd heard in weeks. The cause of death was no longer listed as natural. The word homicide stared back at me in bold black ink. Finally, the paper said what the e-reader had already told me. It wasn't a stroke, Thane, the examiner said softly. It was an execution. Alaric leaned toward me, then revealing that the state had already upgraded the charges against Silas and Leon to first-degree murder. In Oregon, that meant a mandatory life sentence without the possibility of parole. My son would spend the rest of his days behind the very bars he'd tried to build for me. Alaric put his hand on my shoulder, his voice dropping to a whisper as the gravity of the wind settled over us. Thane, Silas's lawyer, is already calling. He wants to talk deal. The word deal tasted like iron and ash in my mouth. The legal system is a marketplace where souls are bartered for years, and my eldest son was currently trying to sell his lover's life just to buy himself a shorter sentence. Alaric sat across from me in his Portland office, his face a map of weary professional cynicism, as he detailed the offer Silas's lawyer had floated to the state attorney. My son wanted to trade Leon's head for his own freedom, offering full testimony against both her and Nurse Linda in exchange for dropping the murder charge to manslaughter. He was painting himself as a passive participant, a man supposedly coerced by Leon's dominant personality and financial expertise. I discovered through Alaric that Silas had been recording Leon for months, as insurance essentially planning to betray her long before the police ever arrived at our door. Tell the lawyer my son can keep his deals. I said, my voice as cold as the frost on a dead branch. I want the truth, not a bargain. I refused to even consider the offer until Silas faced the full weight of Jessica's recordings in a court of law. Hope is a dangerous weed in a garden of grief, but I felt it tugging at my heart anyway as I left the city behind. I drove east, the road climbing toward a quiet, wooded rehabilitation center tucked away in the Cascades. This was where Beckett had been placed for detoxification and psychiatric evaluation. The air was different here, smelling of pine needles and industrial floor cleaner instead of the stale perfume of a crime scene. I waited in a sun-drenched visiting room, the sound of a distant stream echoing through the open window. I felt the familiar, heavy anxiety of a father who had spent years bracing for his son's next relapse. Beckett appeared a few minutes later, and I was struck by the sight of him. He looked gaunt, but for the first time in years, His eyes were clear, and his shaking hands became still as he sat across from me. "I didn't think you'd come, Dad." He whispered, his voice small. "I've spent 40 years coming for you, Beckett." I replied, "I'm not stopping now." I reached out and took his hand, noting the dry, papery feel of his skin. Thud. A pine cone hit the window, a small, natural sound that felt louder than a gavel in the quiet room. We didn't talk about the case or the lawyers. Instead, Beckett asked about the hazelnut harvest and mentioned a specific graft Jessica was working on before she died. Mom said the new grafts would take 3 years. He said, his gaze drifting to the mountains. "I want to see them bloom." In that moment, I saw the boy who used to help me in the orchards before the pills took hold. I realized that while Silas was a rot that had reached the core, Beckett might still be harvestable. "Then stay clean, Beck," I told him. "The trees need a garrison to look after them." As I stood to leave, Beckett pulled me close, whispering a secret that sent a new jolt of electricity through me. He told me that Jessica had left a physical letter hidden in a hollow tree in the orchard specifically for me to find after the legal storm passed. I walked to my truck, the cold, biting mountain air of the Cascades stinging at my lungs, and realized I wasn't going home. I was going to find that hollow tree. The orchard was a sea of twisting branches and fading light. As I stepped back onto my land, my boots finding the familiar ruts of the harvest trail, I went straight to the hollow oak we called the wedding tree, my fingers trembling as I reached into the dark cavity where Jessica had promised her final truth lay. I discovered then that the letter Beckett mentioned wasn't just a goodbye. It contained a second hidden e-reader wrapped in oilcloth containing video footage Jessica had taken of Leon actually handling the poison vials in our own kitchen. That discovery changed everything. Fast forward to the trial where I stood in the center of the Yamhill County Courthouse, the air tasting of stale paper and high-stakes desperation. I watched Leon Ross adjust her designer suit as if a sharp blazer could hide the blood on her hands. The trial opened with the testimony of Mr. Henderson, the town's pharmacist for 30 years. He adjusted his spectacles, his hands steady as he recounted the multiple occasions Silas tried to buy restricted blood thinners. Mrs. Garrison didn't look sick to me. She looked scared. Henderson said his small-town honesty acting as a bedrock of credibility. Scared of her own kitchen. The defense team screamed objections of speculation, but the jury was already leaning in. Click. The sound of the audio recorder starting felt like the cocking of a pistol. The prosecution introduced the files retrieved from my cloud backup, and the courtroom fell into a deathly silence as the recording of Leon and Silas in the Lexus played. Hearing Leon describe me as disposable overhead caused a visible ripple of disgust among the jurors. Silas sat with his head bowed, a broken man who had already traded his soul for a plea bargain. "It's just business." Silas Leon's voice echoed through the high-fidelity speakers vibrating the very floorboards beneath my feet. "The land doesn't care who signs the deed." Leon's attorney tried to have the recording struck, but the judge's face was like granite. "How much does a human soul weigh when it's being measured in cubic centimeters of poison?" Breyer took the stand next as a medical expert witness, her cardiologist credentials lending undeniable weight to the toxicology report. She explained the chemical execution to the jury, using simple, brutal metaphors to describe how the warfarin had slowly dissolved Jessica's vascular system from the inside out. "My mother didn't have a stroke." Breyer said, her professional mask finally dropping to reveal a daughter's absolute loathing as she looked directly at Leone. She was drowned in her own blood. During the testimony, Silas's lawyer produced a final shocking twist, a document showing Leone had attempted to take out a secret life insurance policy on Silas as well, suggesting my son was to be her next target. The revelation turned the two conspirators into rabid animals. Leone's cool exterior finally shattered. She stood up screaming at Silas in front of the judge, her sharp, rhythmic tapping of her pen replaced by clawing fingers. I wasn't watching her anymore. I was watching the door as the bailiff brought in the final surprise witness. The courtroom doors creaked open, and the silence that followed was heavier than the evidence we had already presented. The courtroom doors creaked open, and the silence that followed was heavier than the evidence we had already presented. I watched the color drain from Leone's face as the man she thought she had silenced, Arthur Vance, a man who looked like he'd spent his entire life in a windowless server room, walked toward the witness stand. He adjusted his tie with a trembling hand as he stepped into the light, carrying a folder full of her digital footprints. Arthur had been the IT director for her firm until he was fired for discrepancies, but he hadn't left empty-handed. He revealed to the court that he had archived Leone's encrypted communications, refusing to be her digital janitor any longer. He presented clear logs of Leone coordinating the purchase of the herbal supplements and her direct, cold-blooded negotiations with the energy company. I felt a surge of heat as he revealed that Leone had even begun the paperwork to declare Silas incompetent too, intending to take every cent of the fracking profits for herself. The evidence was so damning that Leone's counsel insisted she take the stand, a desperate gamble to humanize a predator. Silence. You could hear a pin drop, or perhaps the sound of a woman's soul finally hitting the floor as she took the oath. Leone's voice was dripping with condescension from the moment she began to speak. She characterized my family as a collection of liabilities and argued that her actions were a form of necessary stewardship for land being wasted by an old man and a drug addict. Her refusal to acknowledge Jessica's death as anything more than an unfortunate timing issue sent a literal chill through the gallery. The smell of her expensive, cloying perfume hit the front row like a warning. Some people are architects of progress, she said, her voice vibrating with an arrogant shrillness. And some are just obstacles. I sat gripped by a cold horror as she looked at the jury, clearly believing her own logic of superiority. Under cross-examination, the prosecutor asked if my wife was merely an obstacle to her commission. Leone lost her cool, her eyes flashing under the glare of the courtroom lights. She snapped that the weak deserved to be managed, justifying the poisoning as a mercy. She claimed the biological decline was already happening, and she had simply expedited a messy process. Her words were like dry ice burning cold, leaving nothing but scars and a faint chemical mist in the air. The jury stared in horrified silence, an audible gasp rippling through the room as she smiled. I didn't kill her. I freed the land from her stagnation. She shrieked, her cool exterior finally shattered beyond repair. Leone then revealed she had hidden offshore accounts that the state hadn't found yet, taunting the court that money was the only true witness. No further questions. The prosecutor said, his voice a calm contrast to her mania. Let the record show the defendant's own words. The judge slammed the gavel down to quiet the erupting gallery, the sharp, rhythmic crack echoing like a final judgment. Leone just looked at me and winked a gesture so vile it made the victory feel like a fresh wound. I felt nauseated, but I didn't look away. I had watched her seal her own fate in a room full of people who finally saw the monster Jessica had died to expose. The wood of the courtroom bench felt like a church pew during a funeral, hard and unforgiving, as I watched the 12 strangers who held my family's final judgment file back into the box. I sat between Briar and Alaric, the air thick with the smell of floor wax and stale air. My daughter reached over, her hand trembling as she squeezed mine. "Whatever happens, Dad, we did it for her," she whispered. I looked ahead, my face a mask of stoic resignation. "It's not in our hands anymore, Briar," I replied. "It's in the truth's." I looked across at Silas, who was shaking so violently that his water glass rattled against the defense table like a rhythmic warning. Just before the judge entered, my son tried to fire his lawyer in a last-ditch pathetic effort to delay the proceedings, revealing the absolute desperation of a man who knew the earth was about to swallow him. The bailiff called for order, and the electric hum of the room seemed to intensify. Leone remained as still as a marble statue, her cold, unblinking stare fixed on the seal of the state of Oregon, as if she could negotiate with the wall itself. The judge asked the foreperson if a verdict had been reached. Click. The judge's gavel hit the block, a sound like a bone snapping in a quiet room, and the verdict for Silas was read first. Guilty of first-degree murder, guilty of conspiracy, and guilty of financial fraud. Silas let out a high-pitched, keening wail that echoed off the high ceilings, collapsing into his chair as if his bones had turned to water. "No!" he screamed, the wet sound of his sobbing filling the hallway. "I just wanted the money. I didn't mean to kill her." Then came Leona's verdict, identical in its finality. She didn't flinch, but I saw her jaw tighten just a fraction. The judge ordered the immediate remand of the defendants into state custody pending sentencing. I watched the sharp metallic sound of handcuffs being tightened around their wrists, a sound that carried more weight than any ledger. Their guilt was a thick, cloying fog that finally lifted, leaving only the wreckage of my life visible in the sun. Throat. As the bailiffs began to lead them away, Leona finally turned her head toward me. "You think you've won, Thane?" She hissed, her voice a poisonous needle. "You're still an old man alone in the dirt." She leaned in as she passed, whispering that she'd already filed for bankruptcy to ensure my family would spend years fighting for the fracking rights in probate court. It was a final parting bite from a dying snake. I watched Silas being led out, his face buried in his hands, while Leona walked with her chin tilted up, refusing to admit defeat even as the steel doors waited for her. I felt a sudden, sharp clarity. The legal battle was won, but the house I was returning to was still empty. I walked out of the courthouse into the fading light, the orange glow of the sunset hitting the steps and casting long, jagged shadows. I reached my truck, my keys heavy in my pocket, but I didn't get in. Arthur Vance was waiting by the door with a man I didn't recognize, a man holding a federal badge that caught the last of the sun. The federal agent didn't look like a once interested in small-town justice. He looked like a man interested in the millions of dollars currently moving through Leona's offshore accounts. I stood on the courthouse steps, the federal agent's shadow stretching long across the pavement, realizing that while the state had taken my family's killers, the government was coming for their money. Agent Miller, a man with a suit as gray as his eyes and a federal badge that felt heavier than the law itself, stood waiting at my truck. He explained that Leona's consulting firm was merely a front for a multi-state racketeering operation involving fraudulent energy leases. I discovered then that Miller's presence had actually been requested by Alaric months ago. My lawyer had woven a safety net so tight that even a not guilty verdict in state court would have been met with immediate federal shackles. Arthur Vance stood beside him, revealing he had been a federal informant for weeks, providing the digital breadcrumbs needed to freeze the offshore accounts Leona had so arrogantly bragged about. "Does this mean she won't have a penny left for an appeal?" I asked, feeling a calculated satisfaction wash over me. Miller simply nodded, noting that they were not there for the murder, but for the paper trail that allowed it. The energy company was about to be dismantled piece by crooked piece. A month later, I returned for the final reckoning. The courtroom was packed for the sentencing phase, the air thick with the smell of old paper and heavy wood. Breyer and Beckett sat on either side of me, a fractured but unified front against the darkness. Before I hear the judge decide their permanent fate, I want to know if you're still watching this unfold with me. Comment justice or mercy and add a short reason why, so I can see how you're reading this final chapter. Please note what follows contains recreated details for narrative purposes to convey the core message. If this crosses your comfort line, you're free to exit now. Nurse Miller was sentenced first. She received 15 years for elder abuse and conspiracy, her professional license permanently revoked. She tried to apologize, her voice a pathetic whimper, but I refused to look at her, focusing instead on the deep grain of the oak bench. You violated the most sacred trust a caregiver has. The judge declared, her words cutting through the sterile silence. Thud. The judge's gavel fell for the last time, a period at the end of a very long, dark sentence. She saved her harshest words for Silas and Leona, citing the premeditated and cannibalistic nature of their betrayal. She sentenced both to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Silas had to be physically carried from the room, his spirit completely broken, and his keening wails echoing through the gallery. Leona was led out in transport chains, the metallic jangle marking her rhythm as she avoided my gaze. As Silas was dragged past, a final realization struck me like a physical blow. The second package of poison hadn't been a backup for him to use. Leona had planted it to kill Silas too, intending to remove the last witness to her greed. He had been a victim in her eyes all along, a tool to be discarded once the harvest was in. Justice isn't a warm blanket. It's a cold, hard floor that you finally stop falling through. I walked out of the courtroom, the cold wind of the parking lot tasting like a promise of peace. Suddenly my phone buzzed in my pocket. It was a message from Alaric. The feds found the physical assets. You need to come to the office. I stood on the courthouse steps, the federal agent's shadow stretching long across the pavement, realizing that while the state had taken my family's killers, the government was coming for their money. Agent Miller, a man with a suit as gray as his eyes and a federal badge that felt heavier than the law itself, stood waiting at my truck. He explained that Leona's consulting firm was merely a front for a multi-state racketeering operation involving fraudulent energy leases. I discovered then that Miller's presence had actually been requested by Alaric months ago. My lawyer had woven a safety net so tight that even a not guilty verdict in state court would have been met with immediate federal shackles. Arthur Vance stood beside him, revealing he had been a federal informant for weeks, providing the digital breadcrumbs needed to freeze the offshore accounts Leona had so arrogantly bragged about. Does this mean she won't have a penny left for an appeal? I asked, feeling a calculated satisfaction wash over me. Miller simply nodded, noting that they were not there for the murder, but for the paper trail that allowed it. The energy company was about to be dismantled, piece by crooked piece. A month later, I returned for the final reckoning. The courtroom was packed for the sentencing phase, the air thick with the smell of old paper and heavy wood. Breyer and Beckett sat on either side of me, a fractured but unified front against the darkness. Before I hear the judge decide their permanent fate, I want to know if you're still watching this unfold with me. Comment justice or mercy and add a short reason why so I can see how you're reading this final chapter. Please note what follows contains recreated details for narrative purposes to convey the core message. If this crosses your comfort line, you're free to exit now. Nurse Miller was sentenced first. She received 15 years for elder abuse and conspiracy, her professional license permanently revoked. She tried to apologize, her voice a pathetic whimper, but I refused to look at her, focusing instead on the deep grain of the oak bench. You violated the most sacred trust a caregiver has. The judge declared, her words cutting through the sterile silence. Thud. The judge's gavel fell for the last time, a period at the end of a very long, dark sentence. She saved her harshest words for Silas and Leona, citing the premeditated and cannibalistic nature of their betrayal. She sentenced both to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Silas had to be physically carried from the room, his spirit completely broken, and his keening wails echoing through the gallery. Leona was led out in transport chains, the metallic jangle marking her rhythm as she avoided my gaze. As Silas was dragged past, a final realization struck me like a physical blow. The second package of poison hadn't been a backup for him to use. Leona had planted it to kill Silas too, intending to remove the last witness to her greed. He had been a victim in her eyes all along, a tool to be discarded once the harvest was in. Justice isn't a warm blanket. It's a cold, hard floor that you finally stop falling through. I walked out of the courtroom, the cold wind of the parking lot, tasting like a promise of peace. Suddenly my phone buzzed in my pocket. It was a message from Alaric. The feds found the physical assets. You need to come to the office. The end was not a closing door, but an opening of the earth. The shovel sliced through the damp, dark earth with a rhythmic thud, a sound that felt less like digging a hole and more like preparing a foundation for the century ahead. Under a clear morning sky, I watched as Breyer and Beckett worked together to position the first hazelnut sapling. The cool metallic touch of the shovel handle was a grounding weight against the warmth of the sun on my neck. The tension of the trial had been replaced by a quiet, focused cooperation, as if the physical act of planting was finally healing the rot Silas left behind. I realized that the 150 legacy trees we planted aren't just a crop. They are a living barrier against the corporate interests that tried to swallow the valley. I discovered that Jessica had set a digital dead man switch on the e-reader that would have sent all the files to the FBI automatically if the device hadn't been accessed by a specific date. She had planned for every failure, including my own potential silence. Steady, Beck. Breyer said, her voice soft but firm. Keep the roots spread wide. Mom always said they need to breathe. Beckett nodded, his eyes clearer than I had seen them in a decade. I've got it, he replied. This one is for the north corner. It will be the tallest of the lot. As the first tree was secured, we took a moment to breathe in the scent of rich, damp humus and budding hazelnut trees. Breyer discussed her plans for the new clinic, while Beckett mentioned his progress in his stewardship program. The orchard was no longer a crime scene. It was a cathedral of wood and light, where the only judgment was the coming of the rain. The conservancy papers were finalized yesterday. "Dad," Breyer said, wiping a smudge of dirt from her forehead, "no one will ever drill here." "Good," I replied, leaning on my spade. "Let the only things coming out of this ground be hazelnuts and memories." The rhythmic sound of the wind in the orchard clearing felt like the land itself was sighing in relief. I returned to the house to fetch water for the kids, but I found myself drawn to the e-reader sitting on the porch table. The blue glow of the screen caught my eye in the shade as I went to check a planting diagram. Chime. The digital notification sounded like a bell ringing from the bottom of a well. It was a hidden file programmed to unlock only after the official conclusion date of the trial. The title was simply for Thane. The final note. My hand trembled as I touched the glass, realizing that Jessica had one last thing to say that wasn't about the crime or the vultures. "I thought the recordings were done. I thought I knew all your secrets, Jess." The final file revealed that she knew about my own secret health struggle, the heart condition I had hidden from her to spare her worry, and she had been recording messages specifically to guide me through my own recovery after she was gone. I pressed play, and as Jessica's voice filled the porch, her tone wasn't sharp with accusation or heavy with grief. It was as light as the wind in the trees, and she said the one thing I never expected to hear. The first word out of her mouth wasn't my name, but a promise she'd made 40 years ago. Jessica's voice didn't ask for justice. She asked me to remember that even the most scarred land can yield a sweet harvest if you're patient enough to let the rot burn away. As I sat on the porch, the recording revealed a digital trust Jessica had been building for years, hidden behind layers of code that Silas could never touch, specifically designed to fund Beckett's recovery and long-term care. It was the final move in her game, protecting the pawn she knew was most vulnerable. A year has passed since that morning on the porch, and the Garrison farm is thriving under its new conservancy status. It is autumn in Oregon, a season of golden, long-shadowed light, and the intoxicating smell of roasted hazelnuts. I stand in the main orchard with Beckett, watching the steady mechanical hum of the harvest equipment as it moves between the rows. Beckett is sober and steady-handed now, his movements purposeful as he oversees the largest harvest in our family's history. These trees are heavy with nuts that Silas once dismissed as worthless dirt. "Look at the weight on these branches," Dad Beckett says, a grin breaking across his weathered face. Mom was right about the new graft. She usually was Beck, I reply, leaning against the rough bark of a sturdy oak. It just took the rest of us a while to catch up. The rhythmic thrum of the harvester replaces the high-tension silence that once haunted these groves, signaling a return to the natural order of the valley. Whoosh. The fire caught the first envelope, a flash of orange that tasted like freedom. I returned to the house later that afternoon to find a stack of unopened envelopes from the Oregon State Penitentiary, all from Silas. For a year, he has sent a weekly barrage of apologies, justifications, and desperate requests for money to fund a new legal appeal. I carried them to the backyard, the weight of the paper feeling like a burden I am no longer required to carry for a son who still refuses to take true accountability. He's still trying to sell me a version of the truth I've already buried. Some seeds are just too rotten to ever take root again. I dropped the stack of letters into a rusted burn barrel, the warmth of the metal comforting against the chilly evening air. I watched the flames lick at the desperate, familiar handwriting. The smoke was a thin gray ghost dancing over the orchard, the only spirit left that didn't belong to the land. I stand there until only white ash remains, feeling the last of the vulture's grip release my heart. The crisp, papery sound of the burning letters is the only eulogy Silas deserves. Rest in peace, Jessica, I whisper as the sun dips below the horizon. The house is quiet now. Let the wind take the rest. I caught a glimpse of the last letter in the pile before it turned to carbon. Silas had started a consulting business inside the prison, proving Clear's throat that the wolf within him hasn't changed at all. I turned away from the embers, but as I reached the porch, I saw a familiar silhouette standing by the front gate. Not a predator this time, but a visitor I had waited a lifetime to welcome properly. The gate creaked a sound I had once feared when it heralded the arrival of predators, but now it sounded like a greeting from an old friend. I didn't need to check the security feed anymore. I knew the slow and steady arrival of Alaric Benedict's heavy sedan. It brought the weight of the law to my land one last time, but this time it was for the right reasons. As the car came to a halt, Alaric stepped out, but he wasn't alone. He was accompanied by a woman from the state archives. They had come to officially record Jessica's hybrid tree as a historical agricultural landmark, ensuring her brilliance was etched into the state's heritage. We walked together toward the center of the newly protected 50 acres. The gold-tinted light of an Oregon autumn filtering through the leaves. At the boundary of the conservancy, we gathered around a granite boulder. Beckett and Breyer helped me pull back the canvas to unveil a modest bronze plaque. I ran my fingers over the cool, smooth surface, reading the words, "The Jessica Garrison Memorial Conservancy." Alaric read the official charter aloud, his voice steady as he navigated the legal language that forbade any mineral or gas extraction in perpetuity. "She always wanted the orchard to be a sanctuary," Thane Alaric said, looking out over the rows. "Now it's permanent." The law finally caught up to the land, and the greed that almost claimed this soil has been buried for good. We moved deeper into the heart of the orchard, where the final hole remained. Tree number 150, a hybrid Jessica had spent years perfecting, sat in its burlap wrap. I invited Beckett and Breyer to hold the sapling together, their hands steady as they positioned the future. I took up the shovel, the rhythmic sound of the metal meeting the damp earth acting as a pulse for the silent valley. As I shoveled the last of the rich soil over the roots, I realized that the truth wasn't just in the recordings or the courtroom transcripts. It was in the resilience of the life we had preserved. By donating this land, I had effectively made the energy company's remaining surrounding leases worthless. Their multi-million-dollar gamble had collapsed because one old man refused to move, dealing a final blow to the vultures from beyond Jessica's grave. The truth is a slow-growing thing, like a hazelnut tree. It takes years to root, but once it does, no storm can shake it. "This is the last one," Dad Breyer whispered as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of honey and violet. "The circle is closed. It's not an end, Beck," I said, looking at my youngest son. "It's the first day of the rest of the forest." The peaceful silence of a valley without secrets settled over us, smelling of crushed hazelnut leaves and cold granite. I walked back to the porch alone, picking up the e-reader one last time. I watched the screen flicker as the battery hit its final percentage. It displayed the last image Jessica ever took, a photo of me from behind, looking toward the horizon, with a simple caption, "I knew you'd find me thane." I let the battery die, the screen fading to black as the first star appeared. I looked up and saw a flash of a white dress moving between the rows of trees, not a ghost of a victim, but a guardian of the land. The end. When I look back on everything that happened, I realized this was never just a victory over criminals. It was a mirror showing me where I had been blind. For years, I believed that love and hard work alone could protect a family. But this family story taught me that silence can be dangerous. When we ignore warning signs simply because they come from someone we love, we give betrayal a place to grow. Some people online might call what I did a dad revenge, but the truth is more complicated. My dad revenge was never about hatred. It was about refusing to let greed erase the life my wife built beside me. This family story forced me to confront a painful truth. Being a father does not mean closing your eyes when your children walk into darkness. Sometimes love means standing up to them. If there is one lesson I want to leave behind, it is this. Do not make the mistake I almost made. Pay attention to the small changes, the quiet lies, and the moments when something in your heart tells you the truth is wrong. A family story can either become a legacy of trust or a warning about what happens when truth is ignored. And what some people call dad revenge is sometimes simply a man choosing justice over fear. In my darkest moment, I remembered something my wife once told me. God does not promise a life without storms, but He gives us the strength to walk through them without losing our soul. That reminder kept me standing when everything else collapsed. And if my dad revenge means anything at all, it means protecting the truth so the next generation can grow in better soil. Thank you for walking with me to the end of this journey. I'd truly like to hear your perspective. What would you do if you faced a situation like Thane's dilemma? Share your thoughts in the comments. If this story resonated with you, consider subscribing so you won't miss future stories of resilience and difficult choices. A gentle note. While this narrative draws inspiration from real-life themes and social conflicts, certain details were dramatized to enhance the storytelling experience. If this type of content isn't your preference, feel free to explore other videos on the channel that may suit you better.